Live. Welcome, everybody. We are playing Satisfactory. Love Satisfactory Saturdays. Nice. Yep. We're here. How is everything? I'm going to turn the game up slightly. Music down a little bit. There we go. Music was a little loud because my Ash's music is quieter than the Satisfactory music. So, just got to make adjustments. I'm supposed to be waking up when you're on. I'm gonna have the brown bottle flu in the AM. Hope you're well. I am well. I had a little bit of a crazy evening right before the stream start, but I'm here. And we're gonna get some work done today. So Okie Sooner, I was repairing some coax cables. Some work got done at my grandmother's place. She had a pipe burst, and they got rid of the entertainment center that had gotten water all over it, and in doing so they ripped up the coax cables for her TV. And I'm the one that was called at an hour and a half before my stream was to start. So I just picked up a coax stripper and a crimper and a couple of ends and rebuilt the cables. It wasn't that big of a deal. It took longer to get the parts I need because I don't really do that work. Let the game login screen. It looks like a late summer sunset. Yeah, it does a little bit, doesn't it? Let me ask you this. So I was checking the recording, and I have no idea why this is true. But I guess my camera, yeah, it is. It's see-through right now. Do you guys see that? You can see the right here. See, it's orange through my chair, but I do not have the opacity turned down. I checked it. I have no idea why that's happening. Filters. I have a color correction filter, but the opacity is 100. I have no idea why that's happening. It should be fully see-through. I wonder if there's a setting in... I noticed it in the recording last night. Camera control. Video processing. Somewhere there's some opacity that is not set at 100%. Now I have no idea why. So weird. I'm a ghost. Is it on the Twitch version? Or is it just on YouTube? Looks like... No, it's on Twitch as well. Okay. That's so weird. I don't know why. it wouldn't be fully 100% opaque. I have no idea how it got that way. You don't see any issues? Yeah, you can see it. You can see through. Do you see, like, you can see the little YouTube right, like right here. Hold on, everything's backwards. Right there. Thank you for the follow, Vampire. You see it? The little white square right there. Right there. And then I can make it orange. Yeah. I have no idea. I have no idea why that is slightly opaque. Or I mean slightly not fully opaque. I've got a filter here. Here, does this turn it off? No? It's not that filter. This is what this looks like without color correction, by the way. Yeah, I have no idea. It's gotta be in, is it in the transform? Did I accidentally? Okay, there's position, rotation, size. I don't see anything that changes opacity. Yeah. In the transform. There's always something. One day I'll figure it out. I'm gonna let it go for now. My wife noticed it. I didn't notice it either. She's like, you can see through you. That's kind of cool. And I'm like, that's not intended. So, yeah, set color. I don't know. I will, maybe I'll do a little research. Like, I can make it worse. Check this out. Ooh, I'm a ghost. Ah, right, but it's at 100% now, and I can still see through. So it won't let me go more than 100%. Color multiply. Yeah, I have no idea. Well, I'm gonna let it go for now, even though it's hard for me to let things go that aren't perfect, as you guys know, and it's why it makes me both terrible and amazing at Satisfactory. Finally changed my name over to match Discord. It's View Defiant. Nice. Let me just catch up a little bit here on chat, and then we'll get started. I'll stop playing with my settings live. Aw, geez, Kin. Hey, Brandon. Aw, geez, Kin. Morty. You look like a ghost, Morty. Used to build the old time peer-to-peer networks, used coax lots of it, so yeah, terminated a ton of those. Yeah, well, they still have kind of old school cable, you know? Need a key light off to the side, just you? I have a key light off to the side, just me. That's what all this light is. Yeah, it's just barely there. I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh, go big, see it better? Ooh, that's a good idea. Is it there? I have the AOC background on. Actually, it's hard to tell. There isn't anything that's super bright. Maybe this thing right here. I actually think that that is fully opaque. Sorry, Twitch had the different background. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So that means it's only in that scene. It's got to be something with my transform. I must have messed with it. It's definitely there, but you can really only see it when it's super bright and stark. So I don't know. I'll figure it out. Are you going to be changing your name as part of the rebrand Gaming with Kin? Probably not. Probably not. I'll keep it with hold on a second. I just noticed something else I have to fix. I didn't put a limiter on one of my things here. Test. All right, there we go. And then game only, let's put a limiter on you. I have a couple of I have a very complicated setup. It's probably too complicated, but you know me. All right. Because it's not in focus. Well, everything is kind of see-through, and it is in focus. I'm in focus. I think I'm see-through. Purple Phoenix, hey guys. Don't see it when you win big. I actually didn't see it very well when I went big either. So I don't know. Maybe it's something in the transform. I'll figure it out. Yeah, wrapping up the exterior towers. Yeah. So what are we doing today? Let's go ahead and jump in. Sorry, I basically fixed that stuff for my grandmother and then hustled home, jumped in the shower, and then here I am. So I didn't usually, like, if I'm not rushed to doing something else, I try to like sit and kind of do a mental walkthrough of everything that I want to get done for the day, you know, and it kind of helps like focus me and get me kind of where I need to be in the zone. There, that needs to be turned off. There was a little line there. But Twitch, so we haven't talked about this yet. Not only do you guys have a new overlay, let me know what you think about it, but you guys should be seeing 1440 over on Twitch. It should be very, very high resolution. It should be better than pretty much anything that you've seen from me on Twitch. I agree. The best source of power is rocket fuel. Am I trying to share socials? Not sure if that's a feature. No, it was just behind. See, you can see the green line. You can only see it when it's really stark. See, if you follow if you look at my cursor and you follow the cursor down, you can see it. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it was always doing that. There's no way I would have noticed it. Anyway, I'm not going to be able to fix it live. I have to dig into it and figure out what's going on. Right, but what in the end game will get you more power? Rocket fuel. The answer is still rocket fuel. Can you send yourself forward like in PowerPoint? I'm not sure. Yeah. Rocket fuel is insane power. It's way more than nuclear. It's way more than that other one. Ray says, friendly reminder, everyone, please like the stream, subscribe, and check out the Discord. We have so many know-it-alls and pun lovers. That is true. We do have those. So yeah, you guys on Twitch, let me know what you think. About the new overlay. Me and Minikin worked hard to get something that looked really nice. And then basically what my general kind of plan is for the Twitch overlays is, if I'm playing, why would someone do nuclear? Good question. That's why people aren't really doing nuclear, for the challenge. For the challenge. Oh yeah, that text is a little bit small. Well, we might be able to make that whole thing a little bit bigger. We could probably make all of that a little bit bigger. Yeah, those are a little bit small. We might make that adjustment. We might make that adjustment. So, but basically the general plan for the Twitch overlay, guys, and for you guys that are on YouTube to just get an idea what I'm talking about, we are going to get some conception here. So be prepared. But this is the yeah, the conception starts really fast. Here, listen, we're going to do the wave again. Ready? Woo. All right, so but basically the idea is that I use this overlay for any game that has like high tech, okay, and then like, you know, something like Satisfactory or Dyson Sphere Program or the Crust, and then I'll just change out the logo at the top. And then if I want to play a game that is more like low tech, okay, then we'll use this one that we made for Ashes of Creation, and we'll change out the logo. So like Timberborn, or obviously Ashes of Creation. If I played like Manor Lords or something like that, you know, anything like that. There is beyond conception right here. It's actually pretty funny. All right, I'm gonna stop this insanity. But that's the general plan, guys. And I do like that adjustment, Killer Rain. We'll see if we can make that a little bit bigger. I think you need to play 2077 on the stream now. I kind of want to. Oh, we'll do Expedition 33. We'll do that on like the low tech looking overlay. Let's switch it back here. So that's kind of the general plan. This should be a regular bit. It's so funny, dude. It is funny. Like it's hilarious. It's funnier than I think it's gonna be. You get more orange. Yeah. Well, I have to make adjustments to the to my camera, because my camera is sending like a really flat picture, and because it's a videographer camera that provides, basically, you know how you can take a picture with a camera and it's like raw? That's what the footage is. And so I have to do live color correction, and so that's why it's compounding that color correction. It's compounding the contrast and the saturation, which is why I get orange as it repeats the thing over and over and over and over and over again. So that's kind of why. Love the color. Like, you have an eye for color. Minikin helped me out a lot. I think I have a okay technical eye for color, but I don't think I have like a very good necessarily like artistic eye. Well, I can tell you this, like, I know when something looks good, but I don't always know how to get it there. It's sort of the same problem I have with singing. I make a better editor. I make a better like critic, or like maybe like producer kind of thing, where I know what's good, but I have a hard time making it myself. That's kind of a perpetual issue with me. I can recognize it, but I have a hard time producing it. Hero, I'm almost done with phase 5 first time. Nice. Oh yeah, do I have my the R word? Yeah, we have the sign. It's ready. We're ready to go. Someone will come in here in the first hour and ask about Star Rupture. Twitchy one, not specifically about yours, and I don't know if I'm alone, but overlays are one of the reasons for not watching Twitch. Yeah, well, here's the deal. I stream in widescreen. Okay? What part of this overlay is covering over the actual screen? None. All of the overlay I have moved to the black bars that will have to be there on Twitch for me to stream, because Twitch doesn't allow for widescreen streaming. So I have made the overlay only be in what would be black bars anyway. Now, the exception of that is, of course, if somebody follows or whatever. But I've tried to keep that overlay, follow and sub and stuff, relatively small on the screen. Like, I don't make some freaking like big old graphics spray across the screen, right? So I've tried to keep things relatively understated or just off of the screen in general. That's why my camera, I've done the green screen effect, right? So that I take up as least amount of space as possible from what we're doing. Wait, did you not like it? Just curious? No, I haven't played it. It's only been out for like half a week. I'm not playing it because I don't have infinite time to play every game that comes up. I'm knee deep in my other games, and I have even more games waiting to be waiting their turn. And Star Rupture is not going to be anytime soon because it's in a demo. It doesn't mean I'll never play it, but I can't play it now. I'm not a full-time streamer, but even still, I stream, I would say 16 plus another 12. I stream 28 hours a week, right? And all of my eyes are on other games right now. I can't play every game that pops up in the automation, especially a demo. And you know what? If it's a great game and they work on it and they polish it out, I'll revisit it in a year, Mostly it turned into a joke because I had 5 or 6 people pop in and ask me about it all like right after another. I feel like the energy required to create an infinite amount of kins should cause a worldwide blackout. Yeah. The world doesn't need an infinite amount of kins, let me tell you. The world doesn't even need one more of me. Thanks for that help while I was peaking. Best high in a while. I'm just an old man like you, and I don't want all the crazy stuff on my screen. I'd rather the black bars, but I get it to help promote the channel. It's not really even to promote the channel. Honestly, Twitchy One, it's an expectation. If you're on Twitch, there's a certain look. And the chat, right? I think it makes sense for the chat to be up there so people can full screen it without having to check the chat. There's a certain expectation for things to look a certain way on Twitch. That's why I don't have any overlays on YouTube, and people can have that preference, right? So, okay, so we've been chatting and we haven't been working. The stream's been going for like a solid 30 minutes and we've been shooting the shit, which, by the way, I love doing. Like, I will shoot the shit all day. Now, the other thing, before we even start working, we have one more thing to talk about. I have offloaded, since the last Satisfactory stream, I have offloaded the recording that I have to do for Minikin from the computer that plays Satisfactory, or Ashes, or whatever game, to the computer that live streams the computer that encodes the live streams. And so now that a computer is encoding Twitch, YouTube, and recording, which means that our beloved Satisfactory and Ashes and anything else gets full processing power of the 5090. And I don't know about you guys, but I put so many signs on this pink tower right here before that every time we looked at it, we had a really bad FPS drop, and all of that seems gone. The 5090 was perfectly buttery smooth, even with the recording, until I started making, I have over 100,000 signs in my save. There are over 100,000 signs between the city and the train spiral that's underneath the city and the Tyrell Corporation building. I have over 100,000 signs in here, and a lot of them are visible when you look at that tower, and the FPS seems way, 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 way up. At least it does to me. Hopefully you guys are seeing it both on YouTube and on Twitch. And the Ashes settings, I was able to blast. Those things are at full cinematic, and everything looks amazing. So I'm really happy that I don't have to take up any resources on recording anymore. Thank you for the first time chatter, Tyrell. I've got a set of 3D printed nano leaf style lights I made. They use the same colors of your city. You dig it? Nice. Yeah. Well, this city is kind of inspired by this picture right here. This is kind of my design Bible for the city, and I kind of, when in doubt, I kind of just look at this and go, okay, well, you know, I kind of want this in general to look like this. So, you know, what kind of things can we do to help us point us in this direction? And those are the colors here, because I just really liked this two-tone. You know, these colors are not on the opposite sides of the color wheel. I can't remember. I always forget the term. But basically I have a 3-color setup. Let's see, 3-color design name. What are these called? Triadic. So yeah, so I've basically got this. It's almost exactly this one. Look at this. Open image and new tab. It is basically exactly this. I've just kind of rotated them a little bit. I've rotated the green to this teal, and this purple towards a little bit more to the pink. But this orange is pretty much spot on. But almost all of this is kind of like, boop, right? It's almost all just a little bit rotated counterclockwise, you know? And this is almost exactly what I have going here. The orange, though, is a very, very light highlight. It's not on the buildings, but it's on the roads. And so if you look down here, that's where the orange really kind of is being employed here. It's easier to see at night, obviously. But yeah, this orange is kind of all over the road set, and that provides kind of a different feel for like the road level versus the up in the city. But there you go. The YouTube algo sent me to you and Doc once I started looking at Satisfactory content. Oh, for shorts? Well, I'm glad you made it to the live stream. I'm glad you made it to the live stream. That is kind of the goal of the shorts content, is to get people that wouldn't necessarily take a chance on a long live stream or haven't seen me yet from a live stream perspective, and you know, get me in front of new eyeballs. Thank you for the raid, Seymour Butts. Raided me with a party of 5. Why did that other one go off? Okay, we're good. Goofy Shep Gaming, thank you. Yeah, the shorts, wondering when or we'll get DLC for Satisfactory. Excited for it. Well, we just had Satisfactory 1.1, but I'm hoping we get some DLC as well. I hope it's paid. They deserve another round of money from all of us. FPS up? I think so. Did that solve your AOC video problems? Yes. That was why I did it. I moved the recording off of the main computer to the side computer. Oh, stuck in ads, but to hello? I'm sorry. I wish there was a better solution. If you could do a heat map for signs, the city would be very bright. Yeah. It's gonna take you forever to put Rock and Roller Studios all over the place. I don't know what that is. Okay, so now that we've chatted about all of the changes that I've made this last week, oh, there's another one. Guys, there's another big change that I've been really busy this week. I want you guys to check this out. If you didn't know, I am basically relaunching kind of the a soft relaunch of my channel in terms of aesthetics, and this is the this is what the channel's looking like these days. So we got a new banner. Minikin put this together for us. Mikey put together this logo. And there's a bunch of the banners and the logos are different on Discord. They're different on Twitch. There's a lot of stuff going on. We also upgraded our Discord to a tier 3, which means that we can do a custom invite link for Discord. See, it's discord.gg/construction for Discord. Now it's not like some stupid letters and numbers. It's actually construction, which is really great. By the way, side note, we are looking for several more Discord boosts. If anybody wants to support me that way, they can. We're going to be doing some that new tag that you can do. Holy S, you're also on phase 4. Mine looks like a toddler built it. Yeah, I am on phase 4. We're trying to get the phase 4 parts elevator done. If we ever manage to start playing the game tonight, instead of just shooting the shit. You bought Satisfactory 2 weeks ago. I'm 120 hours in, although lots of AFK. I'm already very much paid for itself. Oh man, dude, Satisfactory is such a good investment from a game perspective. It's so good. And yeah, I hope we get some DLC, and I hope we get I hope they get paid. What did I end up doing here? I think I just because honestly, they deserve it. You know, it's such a good game, and you know, we could. There's plenty of things that we could see in a paid DLC that I think makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna go take a little gander at exactly what we did over there. but we need to start cleaning this up. So big picture here, what we're trying to do today, if I ever can stop talking about random shit, is that we've got to clean up these edges here. All right, and then we have to do this front face and the reverse, okay, this back side here. We have to make it look like this one. Okay, this is our prototype, and we've got all the hard stuff done. We do have some time-consuming things to do tonight, all right? And so that means, ooh, that's a mistake. I can see it from here. I gotta go fix it right now. But we've got to get this glass up, and we've got to get the lights. See, the signs are there, but we haven't pasted in any of the lights. So really, we just have to paste in the lights and get the sign and get the glass on top. All right, and we'll be looking pretty good, I think. There's a double glass pane there. I could tell from over there that I was looking through 2 sets of glass. Let's see what we did down here. That should not take very long. Maybe, you know, a couple hours, and we'll get the cosmetic portion of this complete. I remember the freaking billboards. We have to put the billboards in. No wonder I couldn't get it to work right. I forgot about the damn billboards. So yeah, we're gonna do the billboards, and they should already be done on the backside. Are they not? They're not, so we got to get those billboards in. We have to get those billboards in to cover up the kind of the funky there, and then we'll put the lights in, the glass in, and then we will start the design work for the interior. And I'm gonna do something tonight, guys, I've never seen anybody do. As far as I'm aware, it will be a completely unique way of building a factory in Satisfactory. I say that with the assumption that somebody somewhere has already done this. Okay, it's just I haven't seen it. Okay, so I'm sure somebody somewhere has done this. I will probably not be the first person ever to do this, but I was building this the aluminum factory, this pink one back here, and the thought popped into my head, and I haven't been able to get it out of my head for weeks, and we're gonna try to do it. It's something new, or at least I think it's new, and I'm looking forward to trying it. That's tonight. All right, after, and it's the design, it's how we set our blueprints. So there's going to be some learning curves on it because I've never done it, but I have a plan, and I have a feeling it's going to look really sick. So really looking forward to it. I've been looking forward to this actually for a while. I'm not going to lie, this is probably the most excited I've been to playing Satisfactory tonight, to get to some of that design work for a long time. Nope. What about, I'm just gonna leave it. So yeah, I'm really excited for it. The banner logo came out very nice. Yeah, that is almost all Minikin and Mikey, Slimy Mikey. UV Gaming, Butts is who I'm gonna do the Fallout theme build with in Satisfactory. Nice. Well, good luck, you guys. I like, as you can tell, I love themed builds. I think they push the limits of both the game and the people doing the theme. And pushing your limits is what life is all about. Otherwise, why the hell even get out of bed in the morning, right? I mean, I have a hard time getting out of bed as it is, especially when I stay up all night playing Ashes of Creation. Ray, Ray got 3 hours of sleep, then got up and went to work. I've done that. I have done that, but it's not it's not the ideal situation for sure. Is Ashes a real game yet? You can check out my stream. You can see for yourself. Phase 3 of Alpha starts relatively soon, in a couple of weeks. We're gonna have a channel guild. I am recruiting for that channel guild, but I do want to make sure people understand that it is still very much an alpha, and it's got a ways to go. I'm having fun. I really want to participate in the wars and the large-scale PvP. That is kind of my my jam, my favorite way of playing MMOs, and so I'm really looking forward to that. But yeah, I think, is it done? It's not done. Is it a real game? I mean, it kind of just depends on your, perspective a little bit. But I know that's kind of a cop-out, but kinda. All right, let's try. Cover up some of that. I think, did I just let these go? Yeah, I just let some of this go, you guys. And we just gotta eat it, I think. Oh man. Tyrell, I did the same. I backed Camelot Unchained. My friends call it, well, my brother and my friends call it Camel Toe Unchained. I'm sad, and I like that guy a lot. I think he makes good games, and yet here we are. I don't mind it. I look at my backing as an investment in the MMO space. And I hope one day we get a game. But I'll tell you this, I've been saving, so little backstory. The main guild that I led back about 7 to 10 years ago was in Guild Wars 2, and our focus was in the World v World aspect of it, which, if you don't know, is just huge groups of PvP. Imagine, like, I don't even care. I don't know what is up with me today. I'm on full story mode. World v World maps, Guild Wars 2. I'm in full we need more resolution. We need more resolution. All right. Oh, jeez. Guys, this makes me feel things. It makes me feel things. I wished things could always be how they once were, but alas, times change. Basically, do you see these little squares, these little control points here? Each team would capture them. Green, blue, and red. And the longer that you held them, these keeps were worth quite a bit. And then towers. There's 4 towers around one keep. And then the big castle in the center was worth a shit ton. Basically, you would get giant groups of people, 50 people, and you would crash into another 50 people. Different tactics. We would do things like they'd be out here outside this gate. We would be waiting to ambush them. The gate comes down, they come in, we hit them into the side and kill them. There was a siege that you could build. There was trebuchets. There was for long range. There was close range catapults. You could get up on this hill right here, and you could build trebuchets that could hit the inside of these this keep wall here. And so sometimes if we wanted to take this castle, you know, we would drain the supply by killing the keep walls inside, and then we would blitz the outside, try to run in here and then capture the center. Like I did this for years and years and years. I probably have 10,000 hours. And then I was the raid leader. I was the shot caller. I was the one that decided where we were going, how we were going to do it. And we did it in TeamSpeak 3 at the time. This is the kind of thing that I want to play again with Ashes of Creation. So it won't be like this. It will have different types of things, but in terms of large scale PvP, that's what I want to play. Yeah, Realm v Realm from DAOC, right? Which I never played, and which is why I wanted to play Dark Age of Camelot Unchained, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen. So there you go. That was my life. That was the guild that I ran, and that guild's name was Imperial Coalition. We were part of Blackgate, the best server in Guild Wars 2. So basically what I've done is I have made me and my group that play, Mikey is one of them, there's a few others. We've basically made every game that we've played, our guild name has had the word Imperial in it. Okay, and so we've been Imperial Guard, we've been Imperial Legacy, we've been Imperial Vanguard, we've been, what else were we? I can't remember. We did some other ones too, but I was saving my favorite version of that for Dark Age of Camelot. The problem is, Camelot Unchained. But guys, I don't know if that game is ever going to happen, and we are going to be playing Ashes of Creation, and so I'm going to use the name that I've been saving for Camelot Unchained for the guild in Ashes of Creation, and that is Imperial Legion, and we're going to be Roman focused, like a Roman theme, and that's going to be our guild name when Ashes launches. Our alpha and beta guild name is going to be Imperial Dawn, and so that's the guild name that we're gonna do when alpha phase 3 hits in a couple of weeks. But yes, I'm very sad about Camelot Unchained. In fact, I don't even I don't follow it anymore. I don't know anything that's going on. So you probably know more than me. I couldn't follow it anymore, you know. But yeah, I'm not saving that name anymore. We're gonna use it for Ashes. And by the way, I'm still gonna play automation games. I'm gonna play some other games. Schedule 1, although you could argue it's a little bit automated. I'm gonna be playing that. I want to play other games like Expedition 33, good games that I want to play. You know, the ultimate goal would be to do this, you know, full time. And I am making money, and I appreciate all the support that everybody sends me. It's not enough to go full time living in California, but it definitely pays for all these upgrades that I'm doing, trying to get my my tech looking good. And so you know, it's a start, and I just got to keep growing. And I'm at 15,000 subs on YouTube, and so you know, I'm just gonna keep playing the games I want to play and hanging out, making friends, and growing the channel, and then one day we'll see what we see. Yeah, Guardian Warrior. I mostly played. By the way, that's the game where Kin came from. By the way, I've had the screen name Kin for years and years and years, and basically Kinstruction is a pun based off of it. Looking good. Yeah, we'll see. One day. Next week we'll be building the bridges. Yeah, I don't know where the bridges need to go yet. I don't know if I'm gonna build them until I do. I just it makes me nervous building the bridges because I want the bridges to be functional. And if we're gonna make functional bridges, I need to, what I want to do is start building the interiors, because I don't know which towers are going to connect to which towers and which ones are going to go like left to right and up and down. And as we start deciding where shit goes in the towers, we can start figuring out kind of where the bridges go, because I want them to have belts running through them, and to actually be doing something. I don't know how the best way to connect them is yet, because I don't know what's happening inside yet. I hope that made sense. But that's kind of the plan there. So yeah, probably no bridges today. We're gonna do blueprint design work, I think, and we're gonna do some testing on the setup that I want to do. How many warp drives per minute did you settle on? Yeah, let's check this out. This is the plan right here. So we're doing 10 nuclear pasta per minute, 4 thermal propulsion rockets, 4 magnetic field generators, and 2.5 assembly director systems per minute. And this is all that's being made in these 4 towers. And then obviously we're going to use these to get us to phase 5. And then I'm going to take these items per minute and I'm going to ship them over into what will be our final factory. And it's going to be this setup: 10 biochemical sculptors, 4 per minute ballistic warp drives, and 4 per minute AI expansion servers, which is not, I don't really consider this a mega sized factory. It's not small, but it's definitely not what I would say is a mega factory for phase 5 space elevator parts, or phase 4. I feel like they're modest. I played a Mesmer. I did a lot of portal. Portal dropping, portal bombing. That was fun. And I commanded as a Mesmer, or raid led as a Mesmer, which is great because I could control the veils. And then I did a lot of commanding with a Norn Necromancer, because Necromancers, if you built them right, were very, very, very hard to kill. But I was also nice and fast, and I had a good amount of CC. So that's what I played in Guild Wars 2. I did have a Thief. That was my first character, but I basically stopped playing him. You ended up almost 30 minutes late to work. Sorry, Ray. Hey, Doc Floppy, good morning. Question the lights. Why are you nudging them so far inside? Looking at them while building, I could not make out a difference from side to side versus half inside each other. I'm assuming once you have the floors placed inside, you'll have an idea where the bridges will be placed. Yeah, and not only the floors, but what each tower is gonna do. Yeah, we figured out. I figured, but of course I know the delay for YouTube chat. Yeah, Yeah, dark, exactly. Doc Floppy, the lights. Why are you nudging them so far inside? Which lights specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about these window lights? You talking about these being nudged so far inside? Or are you talking about these? Let me know, and I'll try to answer. Yeah, we're just gonna clean up these edges. Oh, I already did this one. Sorry, I went the wrong way. The diagonal lights. Why am I nudging them so far inside? Looking at the mobile building, I could not make out a difference from side to side versus half. Oh. Well, okay. So I'm following the curvature here. Okay, and so I don't want them to extend. So basically, do you see how this one ends and that one begins? I'm trying to basically make them be even with the pillars. And so that means that's why I'm putting this one here. And then I'm putting this one, sorry, inside meaning towards each other. That's what you mean, like this way. I'm making them line up with these pillars so that we get a curved looking set of signs. If I did, that's the first reason. There's the second reason. But if I did something like this, you're gonna have this kind of like, it's not gonna follow the curvature. And the second reason is I don't like this line. So I make them overlap so you can't see, it looks like one pane. But it doesn't really matter how much I overlap them because I need more than one, but less than three. So it's always gonna be two. But that's why I'm placing the signs like I'm placing them. Mostly to match the pillar and the added benefit, the pillars that I've already spent so much time getting perfect. And then the added benefit is that we don't see that seam. But that's why. Yeah, you overlap them quite a bit, but you don't do it on the vertical ones. Right, because the vertical ones aren't curving. So I don't need them to overlap as much. And some of these are not exactly perfectly the same, right? That one's a little bit deeper than like that one is, but because this curve is really dynamic, it changes its twist, its slope, its so its twist, its slope, and its turn radius. Every single section, all three of those change, right? And it's because it curves out and then back in, and then also it's changing down, but because it's curving, that slope and those angles change, plus the twists change. See how much this one's twisted this way, counterclockwise to even, but yet this one's twisted clockwise to even. All right. So, and then because those are twisted, this is on a 90-degree angle to that twist, and so it comes out looking like this. And this is the best way that I could come up with to deal with such a unique curving piece of Satisfactory, because this is a diagonal planal slice through a cylinder. Okay, this is essentially a cylinder, and yet we've sliced it on a 45-degree angle, and we're trying to follow the curve of that diagonal slice. Understood, thanks, and yes, exactly what I meant. Sorry, playing Satisfactory for 16 hours at the moment. My English skills suffer a bit. No, it's totally fine. I don't have any problems. You're all good. I just had to ask to make sure that I understood the question completely. But that's what I'm eyeballing here, is the ends of the and then the vertical one is of course different because you know, he only needs just a little bit to cover the seam, right? And no reason to do any more overlap than that, because I don't want to build any more signs than I have to. I need to get back into my game. I spent a bunch of time building a train that goes from grasslands to Dune Sea around the outer edges and started a huge iron factory. Nice. Well, if you want, but this goes for anybody, if you want to share what you're doing, you know, with a group, a lot of the Satisfactory focused people in my Discord, we have a different, couple different places for you to kind of post pictures of what you're working on. If you have questions, you can ask it. I try to answer as much as I can. I don't always get to everything, but if you tag me in the Discord, I will try to get to it as soon as I can. And I don't mind the tags as long as you guys, you know, nobody abuses it. But so far, everybody's been pretty cool. Another option is basically anybody who's a Twitch sub or a YouTube member or a Patreon supporter. There aren't many of you, but there are some. I don't really talk about it ever. You guys have access to a text channel that basically I will always I always kind of check first. I pretty much always get to everybody, but if you know, there's kind of like a, you know, a members only little area. We don't do a lot of chatting there, but it's enough to kind of, you know, just another way to get my attention if you so desire and you want to ask some questions or whatever. And I'm happy to do so. I usually will check Discord. That looks like shit. Pretty often. So I try to, at least. I will tell you what though, I don't accept friend requests. Not from people that I don't know. And it's just because people are shitty on Discord and there's a lot of bots. And I'm a target because I have a Discord that has a lot of people on it. And so I just, unless like we've chatted like in the Discord or I know who you are, I just don't accept friend requests from randos. So, you know, and everybody's a rando until you're not. But we had a big explosion in the Discord a week or two ago because we had a short do very well. And I got like, I woke up to like 4 friend requests. I actually think it was like, was it last Sunday morning? It might have been. I can't remember. But I slept in because I stayed up late streaming, and I woke up to like 4 friend requests, and I'm like, I'm not accepting this. I don't know who these people are. So just keep that in mind. I don't really. If you want to get a hold of me, you don't have to be my friend. You can just tag me. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. But yeah, I think one of the best reasons to join a Discord like that is so that you get to show off what you build. I find that really helps me stay motivated in what I'm working on, and it's been and obviously I get to show you guys through my channel, but not everybody has the time to create a YouTube channel just to brag about what you're building in Satisfactory like me. So that's what the Discord is for. I will provide you the bragging infrastructure. Minikin is at a sleepover at one of her friends' house instead of keeping an eye on the stream. I don't know, seems pretty selfish. Probably gonna have to fire her, get somebody else to edit for me and do the art and put up with all my shit. I'm sure I'll be able to find somebody to replace her, right? Easily. She said she was gonna try to hop on and say hi tonight, but she's probably hanging out with her friends, which is fine, I guess. But yeah, she did a really good job with the banners. And she's got about 7 or 8 shorts saved up, ready for me to finalize and upload for the channel. So I told her she could take the night off. For free-ish, relatively for free, yes. I do. I have been able to pay Minikin here and there. Well, not here and there. We have a deal worked out. She gets all the money that the shorts make, and then she gets half the money that the long forms make that she edits. But actually, I'm giving her, because obviously there's still long form views happening on videos that I made that she didn't make, but I'm not separating those out. She gets half of all long forms, and all shorts, even though a bunch of them are getting views that she didn't make. But it's just easier that way, and I think it's more fair that way. And there's some incentive for us to both get better at this. And you know, if we start like really blowing up, I mean, for her, she's making between $250 and $300 a month for a 15-year-old in high school. And lately she's been doing some embroidery, and so she listens to the stream on like 2x speed and embroiders, and then when she runs across a YouTube short, she says she can put a YouTube short together in about 10 minutes, which is ridiculously fast. So I'm, you know, $300 a month with the hopefully the growth of a lot more maybe one day. You know, if the channel can grow, you know, and we start making some more general shorts. A lot of the shorts have been specific to Satisfactory lately, but if we can make some more general shorts, you know, she could easily, I mean, she could be making thousands of dollars a month as a high school student. So it looks like crap. The potential's there at least, so we'll see. Dad Distracted, do you have an idea of how many more sign-heavy buildings you can make before it affects your frame rate too much? Well, we were talking about this a little earlier. Well, a huge respect for that kind of split with my editor. Well, my editor is my 15-year-old daughter. So, you know, if I don't respect her enough, I'll wake up with a pillow stuffed over my face. Or maybe not, you know, anytime soon, but, you know, old man Ken needs to keep his oldest daughter happy, so I don't get shipped off to the nursing home. Let's see. Are we done here? Did I do that other side while I was shooting the shit? I did. So yeah, Dad Distracted. I'm not 100% sure what the answer to that question is. I can tell you this. The next building that I'm gonna make after this is gonna be very limited on signs. Not for any particular reason about being worried about FPS, but just because I'm gonna be doing Arasaka Tower. Oh, that's not Arasaka Tower. I'm gonna be doing Arasaka Tower. Obviously, this up here is gonna be a sign design, and I will put probably, I don't know, purple and teal both on this. I'm not sure exactly, but so there'll be the same amount of signs as probably like this building, right? Which isn't really that many signs. This one is the one that has all the freaking signs, because every single one of those behind the glass is a orange sign with no emission. That's why it's shiny. And then that one has a shit ton of signs, because each one of those is a black sign behind when it's not lit. And so I tried to be a lot more strategic about it here. And so you can see big chunks of, oops. Oh my God. Oh my God. Big chunks of this aren't signs at all. There are some bands of lights, but I tried to be a lot more judicious about my usage of signs to just try to, I was a little nervous about the FPS drop that we got after this, but, and I talked about this earlier, so sorry if I'm repeating, I changed the way that I'm recording and dealing with some of the back end of running a YouTube channel. And I was using this main computer that I'm playing on to record the footage that Minikin uses to edit. But I just this week, this is the first Satisfactory stream in which we've done so, I moved the recording workload from the gaming computer to the live stream computer, the computer that has always been encoding what you guys see on YouTube and Twitch. So now that computer is encoding Twitch, it's encoding YouTube, and it's encoding the recording that we use to edit. And that frees up this computer for 100% absolute max settings, max FPS with the game that I'm playing, regardless of whatever it is. I actually kind of want to play Stellaris on the channel just to get like some insane like shots, like with the high, you know, resolution and all the settings turned up. I think like Stellaris would look sick. I think something like, you know, playing Cyberpunk would look sick. Expedition 33 is going to look amazing on this computer. Ashes looks great as well. So that's that change just went in today. I bought a 5070 Ti that cost me about $850, and I put that in the live stream computer. I'm gonna sell the 3060 that was in that live stream computer. I've got a buyer lined up. She's willing to pay $150 for it, which is about what they're going for used. Brand new, the 3060s are $300. And so she agreed to $150. I gonna get it to her 1, 2, 3, 4 this week. So I'm not sure what she's using them for, actually. It's actually her boyfriend. It's just a friend of mine. friend of mine that I might one day get to play Ashes of Creation with us. We'll see. But I think that's a good price. The 3060, while used, I think I took good care of it. It's just the live streaming GPU, and so I tried to not do too much crazy shit with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it was never on when I'm not live streaming. So it's not like my computer that I do all my work with and that I play my games with or whatever. It was only ever used when I was live streaming. So it looks like it's in really good shape, and I saved the box and everything because of course I did. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing with it. I do have to I need to get a couple months of YouTube revenue and Twitch revenue without spending it immediately on new upgrades, because I completely redid my last month. I did all the audio software. I got these new in-ear monitors. I got a new audio interface, XLR audio interface, and a new mixing. What's happening here? A new physical mixer so that I could do what I need to do sound-wise, and it's fixed. I used to have this really bad sound bug. All that's fixed. Because voice meter potato that I was using, it wasn't cutting the mustard anymore. And the current setup I have is just so much cleaner and more professional. But that stuff costs money, and I think I'm still, and then the month before I got the 5090 computer, which was very expensive. So I gotta stop spending money. I think that I'm still like, come on, bro, what are you doing to me? There we go. I don't think I've made a net profit from this channel. I've pumped every dollar back into quality. Into the channel, or paying an editor. I have paid. I've paid an editor, paid some editors too. I only ever save the PSU boxes because the cables need to live somewhere. I actually did have to go find the PSU box for the live stream computer. It was out in the shed, and it had the cables because the 3060 only needed one of the main cables, but of course the 5070 Ti needed two. I overbought my power supply unit, luckily, when I put this together for the live stream a couple of years ago, so I didn't have to buy a new PSU. I had a 650 watt in there, and it still has some good enough overhead for. What are you doing? Why don't you just do what I want? The 5070 Ti, luckily. And the motherboard was still good, and we picked out an aftermarket that, not aftermarket, but a brand that was short enough to fit in my case, but it was still well reviewed. I think I got the Ventus 3, I think at MSI for the 5070 Ti. Got me look. Yeah, definitely an MSI. I can see the MSI on the box. I think it's a Ventus 3. But I got that all hooked up this week, and everything worked perfectly. I am streaming 2 different streams and recording flawlessly. I might actually push it a little bit, except for this transparency. Right, look at behind the chair. See the purple? I don't know. I don't think that's my GPU, but I redid something, and now not the green screen effect. That's not what I'm talking about. But do you see behind the chair? See the purple line there? This camera, this footage is somehow not fully opaque. I have no idea how I did that. So I'll figure that out sometime tomorrow. I'll try to get it figured out for the next stream. All business expenses, write-offs? Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah. So, yeah, this is not my first rodeo. This is not my first business. I used to flip houses. I had a LLC that at 25 I had investors and used to flip houses. And then I currently have I still have my real estate license, and that is run as a personal business as well. That is poking through, and I don't like it. Okay. Nice. We done? Yeah, we did. We hit all 4 of them. I think. We do this other side? I think we did. Secret crypto mining operation? I actually think they might be. They actually might be mining. I used to mine. I had I just had 1080 Ti's. But yeah, I mined some for a while. I haven't sold it yet. I've been holding on to it this whole time. But maybe soon. Almost done with this part of the job. You ran a WoW private server and used the extra bandwidth to mine? Nice. Yeah, by the time I did mining, it basically wasn't really like, it wasn't making like a bunch of money. It was kind of just like a fun little side hobby. And I figured if I was ever going to make it into money, I would have to just hold on to it all. So I basically fronted all the electricity costs. And I'll pay myself back maybe one day. But yeah, by the time I was doing it, it was kind of too late to make real money. Which is kind of my story of my life. I'm just always a little bit too late. Like, I should have started my channel in COVID. Because, like, so many people got really, like, popular because there were so many people watching YouTube and Twitch during COVID. Yeah, I was only, like, you know, a couple years too late. I was about a year too late to crypto. That was great. You know. I was too late to house flipping, but that's okay. Always the bridesmaid, right? Where did you get that 50/70 deal? Amazon. Is there anything on here? Just making sure there's not anything personal I don't want anybody to see. Sorry, it was the Shadow 3X. 800 bucks. Last purchased. This is actually cheaper. It was 830 bucks when I bought it. So, I mean, prices are down from just a couple months ago. Now, this isn't a 5090. All right. I mean, the 5090s are still expensive. Let's look. They're probably, I don't even know if there is going to be an, are they still scalper prices here? Actually, no. These look, okay, there's a scalper price. Some of these are, the PNY is 2,600. I mean, that's a scalper price right there. That's ridiculous. Hard to tell if that one is or not. I don't know. I'd have to really get into it. The PNYs are available. So. And that's just a quick search on Amazon. I bought mine at a local shop. They had my the 5090 I wanted. But I think availability is going up. Prices are average prices are down because I think there's maybe less scalping happening. But you can't buy a scalped price, right? You got to try to get them directly from the like from a real retailer. You know, get a retail price. It's still expensive, don't get me wrong, but it's not as insane as it was like 5 months ago. Imagine the FPS you'll get in Schedule 1. Yeah, well, I'm not exactly sure. It's not like I bought my 5090 so that I'd be like, bros, like the Schedule 1 graphics is gonna be amazing. Hey, it's a win just having a teenager wanting to engage on the same thing. No, she's awesome. She really is. Yeah, she's got her own projects brewing as well, and they may one day make their debut on YouTube. So the learning that my daughter is doing, editing for the channel and the art and all of that is you know, it matters, you know, and she's gonna take that and do her own thing with it. Oh, hey Ray, are you listening? I have a little update for you if you're listening. If not, I'll wait till you get home. Let's see. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's a shame that the lack of conveyors won't light up like Mark 6 conveyors. Save a lot of science for the straight vertical lines. Yeah. I will be getting Mark 6 before I build Arasaka Tower, and so maybe we'll incorporate some Mark 6 belts depending on how I can make them look. I would imagine, though, that they wouldn't be nearly as versatile as, of course, the signs are. But maybe in a specific situation, we could do something that looks really cool. Did I do the backs there? I don't know. I don't know if I did the backs or not. You are, yeah. So my wife had her first art student her very first art student today. She's artistic, and my wife, of course, doesn't mind because I have a daughter who has special needs, and it was a very good fit. She's the other art teacher that the parent had helping them could no longer let's see if we can do better, help her improve. And my wife is like, oh yeah, oh, we got this. And it's going to be a long-standing permanent art student. So it's just really cool. Yeah. So she's super happy, and hour and a half once a week. Did I do those lights? I want to make sure I do these other top lights, and then we're gonna get onto these other pieces here. You mentioned you couldn't afford to go full time because you have 5 kids to support. Have you done the math on how many kids you can afford to keep if you went full time? It is much more a lifestyle. Although we have talked about moving to a different state, but all my stuff is here. You know how it goes. The grass always seems greener on the other side, but it rarely is. Maybe one day. But, go. The big thing actually was, we moved, actually a year ago, like right now, literally like exactly a year ago, we were moving into this house, and we moved so that my daughter could go to the high school that she wanted her to go to, and that I wanted her to go to. It was the same high school I went to. The only issue is that the neighborhood that we had to move into, that we live in now, it's not cheap. If I told you my rent, you probably would think I was a liar. And it's like, I don't even want to think about it. But it's a good school. It's a school she wanted to go to. It's a school I wanted her to go to. So it's a win. So if you think about it, she should be really editing for free, because help, earn back some of that overhead that it took for us to get out here. That's the argument I should have made, right? Happy not to be in Cali anymore. So I love talking, as you guys know, and I don't mind talking about certain things. However, some things are very, very adjacent to politics, and so I try not to even get close to those conversations. I can tell you this, the weather in California is amazing. My family lives here. My parents aren't going anywhere. I have 5 out of 6. My parents have 6 grandchildren. 5 of them are mine. And so we're probably not going to be leaving anytime soon, because my parents aren't going to be leaving anytime soon. And I would want to be close enough to, fix their TV or whatever, just like I did tonight for my grandparents. So, we're probably not going anywhere. at least anytime soon. The cost of living is not cheap. It's one of the most expensive places in the United States to live. And taxes aren't cheap either. So, you know. But again, the grass is always greener. And so, I don't feel like we have to move anytime soon. It's more just makes me feel better to think that I could move if I wanted to. It is greener? Yeah. Where'd you move to? Crush 'em? Okay, Cedar, finished my motor factory today, and I'm feeding every machine by a manifold injection scheme. I found that method lets my machines run at 100% most of the time, and I have very little belt stutter. That's good. So I'm trying to figure out load balancing a while ago. Yeah, I mean, I think load balancing works for certain situations. It's a good tool to know, but it's manifolding works probably in more situations. So if you have to learn one of the two, I would say manifolding is more versatile than load balancing. But if you want to cover absolutely every situation, I think knowing how to load balance is not a bad thing to learn. I'm not anti-load balancing or anything like that, but sometimes you need it. All right. Next step. All we have to do is put in random lights and then the glass on top, and then we can start designing our blueprints. And we just have to do it to the front flat plane and then the rear curved plane of these of the upper half. We've already done the lower half. The lower 2/3 really is just the last upper third and of these three towers. So let's grab our copy paste color, which we should have right here. And I think I'm just going to go through and start pasting. And I try to make random-ish designs. I know that I will never reach full random, and I'm okay with that. Did I forget to fix this? Oh my god. All right, we gotta fix this. Yeah, I wouldn't mind moving to a state with no state income tax. But if you do that, then you're going to have more property tax. So it's not always necessarily better. The tax is only a small part of it. The living expenses is, I think, a big thing. But I would have to give up on my weather. There's very few places that has the weather of California. And I am spoiled. Right, I think we just go back and forth here. Just try to get something it looks like, you know, they got the lights on. Illinois. Coming from the desert? Yeah, so where were you exactly? And I'm just curious. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. But where were you in California? Not all parts of California have good weather, by the way. California is a very diverse climate. I assume Palm Springs. Yeah. Yep. So I went to a conference there. We have a conference there every February, and it trades off. 1 year's in Southern California, 1 year is in Northern California. In the February of this year, I was in Palm Springs. It's the first time I've ever been there. And it was like 88 degrees in February. So yeah, no thanks. Nice. You never regretted moving to Mississippi. I know. My wife and I, we actually really like the weather of Washington State, but in a lot of ways, that would almost be like a lateral move from California. It does have lower taxes. And it does have lower living expenses. But there are other aspects that are very similar. But I really like the Pacific Northwest. Like, I really like it. I love the rain. If it rained every day the rest of my life, outside, I would love it. The cool, I don't mind the humid as long as it's not too hot, which I know is ridiculous. I realize what I just said is stupid, but I love the Pacific Northwest. I love the whole, I love the feel of it. I love the trees. My wife does too. We are very, very much in agreement with that whole thing. My sister actually lives up in Washington State, and I would love to live there. That is probably where my wife and I are going to retire. One day, 15 years from now, when I'm playing Star Citizen, when it finally releases, on the stream, I'll be living in Washington State as a retired person. But I realize in some ways, like I said, it's not exactly a which one is this? Glass wall, no sign. That's wrong. This is wrong. It's the wrong one. Hood okay. Hello. Coming from England where it rains 85% of the day, trust me, the rain gets boring very fast. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'd be okay with it. I need only glass only wall. I need this version that is just the window and not the behind it wall. You want to move to Texas? Yeah, I mean, Texas is kind of on the list. I am obsessed with Texas barbecue. That's the main reason, which is probably not the best reason to move. But I do like the Pacific Northwest food as well. So there you go. But yeah, Texas has its issues as well. I mean, every place has its issues, right? You just have to live in a place. Well, first of all, not everybody has the ability to be mobile, right? So that aside, if you do get to choose where you want to live, you have to choose. That is a problem. That is a problem. Crap. All right. You have to find a place where you're okay with whatever it is, you know? Crap. Half a nudge out. How bad does that look? Looks really bad. Oh, it's so irritating. I did all 6 sides like this. Morty, Star Citizen release, you now both be dead by then. Yeah. 29 palms. I am, where's 29 palms? I should know. Yeah, California. I mean, isn't this near Palm Springs? There's Palm Springs. Yeah, it's pretty close to Palm Springs. I drove through here coming back. No. Where did I drive through? Where's oh no, we were up here. We came through a 40. We came through 40. We didn't come through 10. Whoa, that's not even 10. What is that? I don't even know what that is. It's nothing. 10's down here. Yeah, so we were in Palm Springs, which this looks worse. At least this is in the valley. Yeah. Yeah, 29 palms. Yeah, no thanks. A huge chunk of California is the desert, people. Most people don't realize that. This is, and by the way, basically Los Angeles is the desert too. They just steal all of Northern California's water. Yeah, a huge chunk of California is the desert. This Central Valley makes more food, of a diverse kind of food than you could possibly imagine. And then there's a lot of mountains and forested and like wilderness, like a lot up through these forested areas. So anyway, I figured it was down by Palm Springs. Route 40 is crazy. You can drive it all the way to Baltimore. Been to Chico? Yeah. Chico's just a little bit north of me. Yeah, high desert. Yeah, Joshua Tree. I saw. Yeah, Yucca. Was it Yucca Valley or Yakima Valley? It rains year round down there. Yeah, but it's the South. I don't like the kind of rain in the South. I told you guys, I don't know what I'm gonna do about this. This is a problem. It's a big ass problem. The big ass problem is I can't just go like this. Okay, because this is gonna stick out. And we don't have any half walls. Which means that the real solution is this. Except it's gonna look like crap. This is wrong. Everything was going so fine. We can't do a full one. Okay. No. I know a technique for this. Okay. Do you guys remember? I just put a short out about it. Do you guys remember the short? If you watched it, or if you've seen me do this before, where I raised the a foundation of just a very slight amount to beat the Z fighting. The only time I like going to Yucca Valley was to see King of the Hammers. I don't know what King of the Hammers is. Yeah, Morty, time to take the whole tower down. Yeah, Yucca Valley, okay. I think we can do the same thing here. I've done it before, I could do it again. All right, it's a little bit of a pain in the butt, but we can do it. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to move this small billboard out to the right, a very small amount, so that I don't have to deal, so I won't see this window poking through. And this is the same technique that I use to beat Z fighting in Foundations, but instead of having it happen horizontally, I am moving it vertically. So instead of using a road barrier to move it up, I'm using a wall to move it to the side. So let's see if we can make it work. So I take the wall, and right now it is being positioned against this left-hand vertical pillar, but if I move it to the right, it drops down. And what I want to do is move it just a little bit out. So let's see how this works. And we're going to delete this. We're going to put this here. And then we're going to put this here. And then we're going to go in. Let's delete these. And then we're going to go boom, boom. And then let's see if we have reached our goal. Delete this. And now we are just a little bit further out. So if we attach our window, that is not correct. I didn't go further enough out. It is more, okay, so it's better, but I didn't go far enough. All right, so let's start it over, because I got to do this 6 times. Okay, here is the original line. And we're going to come out. Same problem. I'm trying to get it in one go. If I do one, Or if that's too much. It's more than I wanted to have to move it, but maybe this is what I'm gonna have to do. And this works, but is it too much? Yeah, it's way too much. People wonder, like, oh, Ken, how did you make the city look so good? Well, it's being too stubborn to stop. All right, so this was not enough, and that was too much. If I go right there. Victory! Oh my god, look at that. couldn't get any closer. So what I did is I aimed for the line of the wall to be right couldn't go to picture mode, but basically this line where the edging of the pillar goes at 45 degree, that's where I put the edge of the wall, and that worked. So now I have something that I can target when doing the other 6 walls. So a bit of a pain in the butt, but this is what it takes sometimes. And the biggest thing is not giving up, even though I'm irritated with the situation, and just keep going until you find the right solution. And I think we have in this case. But let's get the whole site in, see how it looks, and then we hopefully will feel better about our situation. I think this is the correct It's so close. Make it rainbow. Yo, finally catch you live and watching your clips for a while. Nice. Welcome to the live stream. You just watched a short being made, basically. I'm sure Minikin is going to take that little technique, that horizontal Z fighting technique, basically. Or really, it's a horizontal shifting rather than a vertical shifting in order to, you know, get things to line up in a good way, and I'm sure she's going to make that into a short. But usually we're about 2 to 3 weeks behind in when I record something and when it makes it into a short. This looks good. Uh-oh. There we go. All right, let's go do it to the other side. Ray says, friendly reminder, please, people go check out the stream. Oh, sorry. Please, people, go like the stream, subscribe, and check out the booming Discord of old grumpy men that love giving advice on Satisfactory. All of those statements are correct. Did you say booming or boomer? The latest clip I watched was about Z-fighting. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of when I was doing this. We're gonna do it again right now, by the way. Let's see how we did. Beautiful. Booming because it's blowing up. I know. I just thought it was funny if you had said boomer. It's actually a really fast fix. Once I kind of figured out the procedure, which to be honest is most of the time the case. Yes, I'm a millennial too. Technically speaking, I'm closer to probably Gen X in terms of my sensibility, I guess. But I was born in 1984, and so I'm an old millennial. I still went outside, played all day, had to come home when it was dark out. You know, kind of a deal. We went down to the creek, rode our bikes off of jumps with no helmets on, you know, that kind of a thing. No cell phones. I didn't get a cell phone until I was in college. And the best that it could do was play Snake. All right, nice. Analog childhood, digital adulthood. Yeah, we didn't have the internet for a long time because my parents were convinced the only thing on the internet was porn. They were both very, very wrong, but also very, very right. So there you go. There's a whole song about it. Yeah, exactly, Marty. There's like the middle ground there. There's about 10 years that was, you know, like I was learning the internet when I was in high school. You know, YouTube became a thing while I was in college. You know, and like I was actually showing my daughter a YouTube video of Flight of the Conchords from like 17 years ago, and I was like, "There's no way this was only 240p." But yes, it was. YouTube used to be 240p. Which is pretty amazing. It was like their first like stand-up things when it was just them two on a on two stools and two guitars. It's so good. Yeah, so I never even watched the YouTube channel. I never even watched the HBO show. I just watched their performances on YouTube. And I listened to their music. We were working on the Twitch overlay on Thursday, I think. Yeah, Thursday and Thursday night. Late Thursday night, and it came up randomly on my playlist, one of their songs, and then I went down the rabbit hole and was like, oh, then this song, and then this song, and she just looked at me like, yeah, Dad, you know. And then I was like, he's actually in Lord of the Rings. She's like, what? All right. Business Socks is the best one. I didn't show my daughter that one. I love that one. I showed her Jenny, which was really funny. The song that popped up in my random feed, it was two of them actually, Carol Brown and Hurt Feelings. And the assistant suggests I try a lady's size. Give me a small man's wetsuit, please. The day after my birthday is not my birthday, Mum. Okay, we gotta get this right. Can we get this right, please? Screw it. Oh my God. This is such a pain in the butt. Dude, that one. Yeah, the hip hop eponymous. There's a bunch of them that, like, I don't even remember until I hear them. Looking good. Now, unlike on the curves, I can actually push this one to the edge, or I mean to the side, to get this to fit. That looks great. Yeah, the series. Yeah, maybe I'll get around to watching it one day. Tape of Love? See, Tape of Love. I bet you if I heard it, I would remember that one. But it's not ringing any bells off the top of my head. There's so many different ones. I mean, number one for me is definitely Business Time. But I also, I like Jenny and the, Hurt Feelings. There's other ones too that I just can't remember. Albie the Racist Dragon. Oh, that was so funny. Double. Did I double that one up too? I doubled this one up too. No. Dude, I think the autosaves are faster as well now that I'm not recording on this computer. I don't know, that seemed really fast. Yeah. And suddenly Albie wasn't racist anymore. Get your hand off my tail, growled Albie quite racistly. Ugh. That'll work. Okay, is this tower officially... Oh no, I forgot to do this. Oh no. I don't want to. Can I just not? Can we just pretend that I've actually done this? I would like to have not done this. Or rather, I would like it to be done, but me not be the one to do it. Right side 4 meter. All right, good enough. Okay. Maicito, good morning. Hello. So many bangers, yes. So many bangers indeed. How was Ashes for me yesterday? It was great. I had a lot of fun. And I keep answering that question in this in the way I'm about to answer it, which is probably irritating, but I don't care. But like, I don't play, and actually I don't know anybody who does, play MMOs because they enjoy the level grind. It's just part of it, okay? I don't know why MMOs don't start you out at max level. All right, it is what it is. But I think in a way it makes sense though, because it gives you a chance to learn the character, learn your class. I think that's important. And so, you know, I made a joke there, but I do know the answer. This one's done, by the way. Why I'm playing that MMO is for the endgame PvP. I have not had a chance to play endgame PvP yet, right? That's the whole reason that I am going to play that game, and yet I'm still having fun. So now, I mean, middle grinding and there's not, the quest system isn't great because it's still so early. So grinding, leveling is a chore because it's an alpha, right? Some of that stuff that is put in later to kind of ease people in a little bit isn't in right now. And so in that sense, some of that stuff is, you know, we're just not there yet. But I enjoyed it. All right, I need to use the restroom. I will be right back. Give me 2 minutes, guys. I'm going to give everybody a friend. You don't think building inspectors make it up there? Yeah, probably not. I'll give everybody a friend. I'll be right back, and we will continue the tower work. Apparently that Red Bull went right through me. I'll be right back. Oh, I forgot to pop. I was gonna pop an ad while I was gone. I forgot. Oh well. I had an idea. Remember how we were talking about how my I'm kind of see-through a little bit here. The opacity is not at 100%. I have an idea. Could be my transitions. Could be a transition setting. I don't touch those very much, but I did. Am I still see-through? I don't mean that. Actually, don't think I am. Oh, yeah, I am. Yeah, it took the purple line. All right, so it's not in that filter. Okay. That's not the problem. Scene transitions. No, that's not it. I thought maybe it was a scene transition. I don't know, man. What the heck, bro? What the heck and heck? Here, I'm gonna pause this. When the bright light gets behind me. It's really bothering me. Oh dang. There. Alright, see the green line? It's going through there. Oops. You can see when it moves. The stripes. That's what I'm just trying to figure out. And it's on both YouTube and Twitch. I have no idea. It has to do with how OBS is putting one image on top of the other. The blending method. I click on your cam source. sRGB and OBS, it should be right in the right click menu there somewhere, the blending method. Okay, I have order, not order. Transform. I don't think it's in transform. Scale filtering. Blending mode. Normal. What if we do add? Well, now on Twitch, I'm very invisible now. It was set to normal. We're back to normal. Show transition. High transition. Oh, we could do a fade. A fade. Oh, that looks nicer. I'm glad I found that. That's not the problem. Yeah, sRGB. I never found that. Yeah, it's very slight. Scale filtering. I don't know what that is. I'm hitting buttons live that I don't know what they do. Probably not a good idea. Yeah, it should be on normal. Oh, sRGB off. Blending method. That's it. Did it fix it for both? It fixed it for YouTube for sure. Here, It definitely fixed it on YouTube. I can't tell if it's still there on Twitch. Kind of looks like it's still there on Twitch. YouTube's fixed. And turn it back on. You were 100% right. I finally found it. Thank you, man. That was bugging the hell out of me. I only just ran into that. Okay, I'm gonna turn it off again. It's gone on YouTube. It's still there on Twitch. And it's because I don't have that option. All right, let me remove the camera and put it. It's gonna change the freaking transform. I'm gonna leave it for now. But that's yeah. See how I'm actually like on YouTube. Sorry if you can't see it, but I'm actually you can actually see, yeah, sRGB off. I wonder if I reloaded it would be fixed. Because I think the vertical, it's the restreaming software isn't picking up the change. Let's try something really quick. I'm actually not going to mess with it. That is it. I found how to change it on the main source, which is what YouTube uses. And then I bet you that setting isn't included on the Twitch version, but I bet you it'll update. All right, that fixed it. Thank you, man. Yeah, that fixed it. Sorry, you're in ads. All right, so sorry, we got distracted. Let's get back to work. When I say we, I mean me. How do you make your signs not have borderlines? I noticed you clip them, but when I try that, the line is still visible. That only works on the small signs. Yeah, Kin is a ghost. Confirm. Yeah, so let's take a look. The small billboards, I clip them. That makes it go away. If you use the big billboards, the line is still there. It's one of the reasons why I'm using these turned to the side instead of these turned to this side. See? Does that make sense? So I did far more small billboards turned horizontally than fewer large billboards turned vertically because of the lines. Yeah. It was just in it's the and it'll fix it in the recording for sure. And I bet you if I reloaded OBS, Twitch's would be fixed. It's probably just the restreaming software that I'm using probably just pulls the state of the input at when I open OBS, and if I were to restart it, it would probably work, but I would have to restart the stream. So yeah, I think it's probably fixed. Thank you. Yeah, it's worth going smaller than. I mean, it just depends, for sure. These towers are so beautiful. How do you make them? Well, I'm showing you right now. We're working on them. This one is done, and now that one is totally done. We have to finish off the last cosmetics for this, and that one, and then we'll start working on the blueprints and start figuring out how we're going to build inside of them. So that is happening shortly. Oh no, I lost my copy paste. But I'm showing you how I made these right now, basically. So I'm just right now doing this, which helps this look like windows or lights that are on in the windows. Trying to get something that looks a little bit natural. Oh, yeah, here's that. So we gotta put these in. Morty, only like 30 live streams to catch up and to see the whole process. Well, for these towers, not 30 live streams, probably 10, maybe 8 to 10 for these towers. Rubber Jellyfish, your stream popped up on my homepage. Couldn't believe it was Satisfactory until I clicked on the stream. Thanks, man. Yeah, I am, I like to say, playing in a non-standard way. Basically, when I made the blueprints, I couldn't quite get them to overlap, so we just have to put a gap filler to between the blueprints for that. Make one red, so it's like a red light special in that room. Yeah, that's the special room. Well, welcome, Rubber Jellyfish. Welcome to the insanity. I am trying to get to the point where we're not just doing cosmetics. But the cosmetics does seem to never end. Yeah, but the towers are fed by the Tyrell Corporation, building corporation. Yeah, that's true. That is true. All right, we got to fix this. So, delete all of these. See how we did. No! Look how close it is. It's just barely. I barely missed. All right. Let's try it again. I'm just moving this pillar out a hair so that I can move the sign out a hair. There we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I probably overcompensated a little bit, which, you know, happens. Happens to the best of us. But it's not bad. Math and art in one game. That's what I like about this game. Yeah, I like that too. This game definitely challenges my creativity abilities. Part of the problem too, and it's a me problem, right? It's not like it's nobody else but me. But like when I was growing up, like my dad was the artist and my sister took after him, and I was the math person, right? I wasn't the artist. I would try, and my dad would always encourage me, and it's not like that was ever like a thing. But like in my head, and I've talked about how I made this mistake in other parts of my life, I wasn't the artist, you know, and then I marry like an actual artist, right? And Minikin is on her way to becoming an actual artist. And so, you know, I'm over here with the freaking biggest case of imposter syndrome when, you know, when it comes to anything artistic related. I do think that I'm a creative person, but I don't think that that's necessarily the same thing as, you know, being artistic. But who am I to say? Lord knows I can't draw. I've done a little bit of writing, like creative writing. It's okay. It's fine. If I put a lot of practice into it, if I really loved it, I know that I could get better at it. But I don't particularly really enjoy that. I love reading. If I was going to be anything in like the creative writing field, it would be an editor rather than a writer myself. You know, my daughter's done a lot of writing. I definitely can't do anything like paint or anything like that. But I enjoy this. This is my sort of creative outlet, and I think Okisooner is correct in the saying that it is unique in that the creativity is math-based. And so that lets me use my not only what I am good at, but what I think I'm good at. and that gives me enough confidence to actually try to do it, unlike other types of artistic endeavors. I don't even have the confidence to really put the time in, because I don't want to put my time into, I don't have a lot of time, and so I have to apply it to things that I really enjoy, or to things that I think I'll do well at and enjoy. And so I just don't end up putting a lot of time into stuff like this until Satisfactory came along and I could be creative using math. Okay, nice. Haven't found an automation game that does both so well. Yeah, it is. This game is pretty spectacular in that sense. I would say the ship design in Factorio has some of that. And there's also art in programming. You know, there's an artistic beauty and a very elegant solution from a programming perspective, right? And so you can get some of that in Factorio, but from visually speaking, it's tough to beat Satisfactory from a visual perspective. All right, let's see if I moved it out enough. I double clicked it. All right, we're good. We had no artists in the family, but no math kind of people either. But you ended up marrying a doctor who could play piano. So, well, I mean, you know, hey, you must have had something going for you, right? See. Oh, gotta fix this. Achievement, Okizuna News, construction finding a common ground even though he's wrong about fluids and screws. Love you, brah. I'm right about both. I'm never wrong. I am sometimes I am temporarily misinformed. But I'm never wrong. right. Do you have another world where you test designs, or just everything done in this world? Everything's done here, pretty much on the fly. I have general plans for things. I usually find, something for inspiration. The majority of these are kind of real life inspirations. This is Nakatomi Plaza from Die Hard, which is both a movie reference as well as this building does exist in real life, actually. Because they were building it when they made the movie, and then that's a building in Moscow. This is the Spiral building is a building in Bahrain. You can't really see it, but that's the Shard from London. This is the John Hancock building from Chicago. All of these are factories, by the way. They're not just a building. They are packed full of machines that are banging away. I know you're never wrong. Right. Never wrong. Only temporarily misinformed. Occasionally temporarily misinformed. This is, of course, the Tyrell Corporation pyramids from Blade Runner. Obviously a movie reference there. So... Twitch still see-through? It is. It's okay. I'm trying to let it go. I hate letting things go that I consider to be a mistake, and it's actually an advantage in Satisfactory. It's not always an advantage in real life. Ask my wife. Okay. Wondering if you built the production lines first and then made the buildings around them, or the other way around. So because the aesthetics of the city is so important to me, I do them first. There is some pretty big disadvantages to that, mainly the fact that I don't know how big I need them necessarily. Okay, and so what that makes me have to do is overbuild, which is fine, but I've still missed. There's So like this one here, I overbuilt and there's plenty of space inside. Both of these over here were like, they're crammed in there. And I had to do overclocking to get them to all fit, especially this one. This pink one, I had to do massive amounts of overclocking to get them to all fit. I probably should have put this factory inside that design and that factory inside this shell design. But you know, the buildings look the way I want them to, so that's the advantage. I would say, you know, if you are relatively new, less than 1,000 hours in Satisfactory, I would highly suggest building your factory first, and then once it's done and you know how big it needs to be because you've built it, then you put the shell up, then you put your outside walls and everything. Sorry. That's what I would suggest until you, because even I have 2,500 hours and I've made some errors. I've learned a lot and I'm a lot better at it, but I've made some errors. And these 4 factories I'm building now, or these 4 buildings, they're going to be too big. Like, I already know they're going to be too big. There's going to be a bunch of wasted space in there, which is fine. It's not the end of the world, but in a perfect world, there would be an appropriate amount of space, not too much. But that's fine. Oh my god, I hit the wrong button. Hold on. Sorry, I had to check something. We're all good. My brother, well, actually, 3 out of 4 of my siblings are supposed to come over tomorrow. My sister, who's in town from Washington State, she's getting on a plane. Her husband's got to go to work on Monday, like the rest of us. He's a truck driver for. He's a freight truck driver for FedEx, I think. So he delivers like the like huge if you order something FedEx with freight, and he's in the Washington State area, so he has a huge route, and that's what he does. He drives a big old truck, and so he's gotta, get back to work, like all of us. So she won't be coming over, but the rest of my family is, and my siblings. My wife is gonna be making pork ribs. We're gonna be smoking some pork ribs. I was doing so well with weight loss, and then this week has been all a lot of family gatherings and stuff because of my grandpa's passing, and people are in town and we're meeting, saying hi and meeting people, and So much of food is socially related, but it's fine. My saying lately is, you don't get fat on the weekends, you get fat on the weekdays. So as long as like I get back to my my plans, and I don't let this week kind of throw off my overall trajectory, I think I'll be fine. Having said that, we are having pork ribs tomorrow. My brother's birthday was a week and a half ago, and it basically everything got put to the side because we were just focused on the service, and so he's coming over. We're gonna watch Dune 1 and Dune 2. He's very much into the Dune game, but it's kind of one that I just ended up skipping because I'm playing Ashes of Creation instead of that. But we're gonna watch the 2 new Dune movies, not the David Fincher one. Sorry. David Fincher, old school Dune fans. It's fine. It's a fine movie, but the new movies are better. They're very good. They're not perfect, but they're very good. So we're gonna be watching that and eating some pork ribs. I think my wife's gonna make some probably some smash burgers or something. So I messaged him to make sure that he was still coming, and I was just checking that message. That's all. Steam says I have almost 2,000 hours in Satisfactory, and I still feel like I cannot guesstimate how big production lines are going to be. Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, it helps when, like, I wouldn't be able to do it without Satisfactory Calculator, like, for sure. So, I always hit the wrong button. The only reason that I can even get close is because of Satisfactory Calculator. I mean, tools. Satisfactorytools.com. All right. Time to fix this again. We are 2/3 of the way done with this. 2 out of 3 towers have been completed. We're just on this last little step here. That's what I wanted. Kind of fixing this little error that I have. All right, let's see if that did it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. So all I did is I moved this billboard to the right slightly so that it didn't clip through our window here. That's all I did. It's the slightly that is the catch. Right, it's about half the distance, maybe even less than a half nudge. Playing the game in general. If you're asking what update I started on when I started playing, I first started playing in January of 2023. Yes, January 2023. That was update 7. Update 8 hit in June. That's when I started my YouTube channel. My first live stream ever, and the first live stream on this channel was the night that update 8 came out, and that was June 14th or June 13th. I can't remember, one of those 2 days in 2023. But I'd already been playing the game for 5-6 months by then. Yeah, 7 or 8. Yep, definitely, probably halfway through 7. So they had blueprints, but they didn't have blueprint delete mode. They didn't have nudging at all. There was no nudging. No nudging whatsoever. We're a nudgeless society. Well, crap. I jumped the gun a little bit because I want to be able to put in some of these, and I have to now do this. Now imagine no blueprints. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to play the game the way that I play it without the blueprints. I probably would have just not played, which is fine. But I love my blueprints. When I started, we had beacons. That was the only place to way to place markers. Yeah, the beacons were still in the game when I was playing, but that part of their usefulness was gone. Okay. We're almost done with this. Now we still have to do like truck exteriors and stuff down there by the intersection, or I don't know, maybe we'll build those inside. We'll probably build them inside. And I don't know if we're gonna do that today. So there's still like cosmetic type stuff that needs to happen. But the structures of these are gonna be done by the end of today. Crystal oscillators replace beacons and alt recipes. Yeah, nice. All right, let's put on all this pasting. Before I jumped the gun a little bit last on that other side. Just trying to give it some sort of pattern without a pattern. You know, breaking it up in different ways. Okay. Okay, let's move this out. I think this is the last time we have to do this, right? Right. We're up over 200 viewers on the YouTube. Welcome, everybody. And 31 on Twitch. Okay. All right. How do we do? Winner. Right, let's throw this in. sec. It's irritating. Alrighty. Alright, major problem. Sorry. You're all wrong. I built the wrong thing, and I built it backwards. Ray is back. Okay, we just have the front left to do. And I got way more sleep than Ray. But my eyes are bothering me. I don't think it's from sleep. I think it's just allergies, but sometimes I doubt even my own stories that I tell you guys. We're going to be doing some exciting things, at least exciting for me, here very soon. If we can finish off this monstrosity of a task. Okay. Nice. What are you gonna play before you go to bed, Ray? Nice. One last little side. What are we gonna do to celebrate? Nothing. Just a few more. Okay. Gonna play a little Satisfactory yourself, actually? Nice. Alright, these should be the last windows. Okay. Nope. Don't do that. Okay. That's it. These are done. At least done enough for us to move on. I've been working on all three of these towers for, I don't know, what, 3 streams, 4 streams? It's been a couple of weeks. I need to reset my brain a little bit here. We are going to start designing the blueprints that we're going to use in these factories. But instead of the factories being laid out, instead of the blueprints, here, it's time. We gotta do it. We gotta do it. All right. Right now, I lay out my factories as blueprints connected through bus lines. Now, it looks something like this with the items, and this is top down. All right, the items head in here, the inputs, and usually the output heads out, and these get connected. And then usually spit something back out onto the line. Same thing for the other side, okay? And then looking down the line, looking side view, usually there is, you know, foundation or a blueprint there, a blueprint there. And by the way, these have, you know, machines in them doing work. And the bus lines are usually stacked vertically like this. Most of them go inside like this. But, you know, we do have some output from each blueprint. Does this make sense? Skyledge, thank you for the $6.99. Is that the Canadian dollar? Is that what that is? I'm still I have I do get some super chats and stuff from other countries, and I usually have them memorized. I appreciate it. I think that's Canadian dollar. All right, so this is our current setup. We've done this a lot. We've done this pretty much the entire save. Almost every factory does a version of this. I'm gonna change it. Now, what does this require? This requires, because they're laid out long ways. Let's go look. Let's go look at this in the game. Where's the best example of this? The best example of this is the power supply building. Let's go look. Yeah, CAD. Okay. I thought so. It just didn't have the D there, which is, you know, usually pretty disappointing. Going on a drive. It's our gas station. All right, now over here, these have nice long lines. Obviously, these are the power generators. That's not what I'm talking about. You think my city is super cool? Thank you. I'm talking about these sets of blueprints up here. So as you can see from a top-down perspective, we have squares of blueprints. That's what these are, squares of blueprints. And the bus line heads in, and items get pulled off and put back on it. There's the bus line. They're stacked vertically. The items get pulled off of it and put back on it. In this case, two lines get pulled off. The rocket fuel comes out of this pipe, and then the compacted coal comes off of that belt. See? Items go in, items come out of this bus line. Now, what does this require? This requires a lot of horizontal space in a straight line. This is not conducive to towers. Okay, our towers are tall and skinny. This likes things in long lines, long rows. So I'm going to turn it. I'm going to turn it 90 degrees. Instead of them being laid out like this, I'm going to lay them out like this. Instead of the bus lines being horizontals stacked vertically, right, they're horizontal belts stacked vertically. I'm going to make them vertical belts stacked horizontally. I'm going to take this, and I'm going to stack it up on top of this. And instead of the belt, running this way, they're going to run this way. And we're going to use vertical mergers and vertical splitters so that I can just run them up my tower. And I can position them radially instead of in a squared position. So I can position them radially around the center of our circle. Just poor timing, Ray. I was in the middle of a rant. All right, let's head back. trying to save on gasoline prices. That's your own fault? No, no, no. You just gotta hit me with better timing. It's true. We are 4 hours in. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. All right, and so what I'll do is I'll place them, and then we can stack them radially. Or place them radially and stack them vertically. So this will drastically change how we make our blueprints. And I think that's what we're going to try to work on today. Now, a couple of things that we're also going to do that we need to do today is we need to figure out where our ceiling is going to be. I think I'm going to make our... That's 6. Where's the new big walls, the new roll-up garage doors? They're a double. Yeah, they're a double. So that's these 4. We have plenty of room inside. So I think that the trucks enter and exit through the front here. Race has 200-ist viewers. People, go like the stream, subscribe, and check out the Discord. Come join the kin cult. Hey, it's definitely probably not a cult. Definitely, probably not. Probably do something easy like here. It's 8. Let's do 10. 9, 10. Yep. We're gonna have plenty of room in this factory. Of course, I said that last time. All right. All right, that's all I need. Need a better work area. Thank you for the follow. I say a lot of things, it's true. Okay. All right, let's start chopping this factory into blueprints. It's can't put it off any longer. There's a lot to chop. We need to identify key components. Wow. Can't see him. Just trying to figure out if I have anything to work with here. So we need to chunk out this factory. Okay, we need key components. Obviously, this copper line is a beast. $350 refineries. One of the towers alone may need to do this. Okay, that's one. I don't know how to organize this. I'm trying to think about it here. Okay. Things for space elevator part factory. Power shards? No. I built this very huge, awesome tower. I didn't do these so that I can build less machines. Plus, you know, I don't really want to risk running out of power. So we're gonna build it. I will use power shards, but I use them in an emergency. I don't plan with power shards. I use them for mistakes in planning. And since we're in the planning phase, I'm not gonna count on power shards in terms of raw, like doubling or 2.5 timesing, right? Now I may use power shards to make things even out and be equal, right? But not, so that the numbers work. If I need 105%, that's fine. But I'm not gonna plan on blasting at 250% or something like that. Okay, so item. Let's do factory. Really, it's blueprint groups. It's really blueprint groups. All right. So we have to. We're gonna chunk these out. All right. So the first one is probably pretty easy. Inputs. And we'll do machines. Recipes. We're building. So a lot of this I would do in my head. Okay, I would do some of this in my head, or I would just look at it and I would break apart, like, where's one of our old ones here? Let's see if I can find one of our old ones so that we can look at it. Nope. This one. Okay, this was the aluminum factory, and then I want to. No. Here we go. Okay, so I just drew it in, but the rocket fuel really only had it had 3 blueprints: the blue, the red, and the yellow. The yellow was a kind of modified version of the red. Okay, 3 blueprints alone for the rocket fuel factory. Okay, but see how I kind of drew this out? Okay, because the entire factory fit on the page. This doesn't fit on the page. This is huge. So we're gonna have to kind of figure this out as we go. And since I can't draw on this, I want to make the I want to write it down. Does that make sense? Yeah, I want as many as I can get. Well, I want as many power shards as I can get too, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna build every single factory packed with power shards. Fadlan, hi Ken, hello. And yeah, I usually underclock to make ends meet. You know, I usually underclock rather than overclock because I have plenty of materials. Let's build big factories, right? There's plenty of space. There's in my opinion, there's no need to just power shard everything. I don't really see. There's very few arguments to do that, in my opinion. We have plenty of space. Let's build it out. Especially in my case, right? Okay, so how are we gonna do this? Let's see if we can get some split screen action here. You let me, yeah, you split, brother. Okay. Input type. We're making up some shit as we go here. And I realized that Reese Pie, I get it. I just had a couple of letters wrong. Input. Let's do input amount. Let's switch these. All right, we'll start with this. Let's do the copper first because it's easy. 52, 15 and a half. And 3477 water. We need a refinery making pure copper ingots. We also need a constructor making copper powder. Copper powder. This is actually not true. These are going to be offloaded. Let's figure out how much is going to be offloaded. This is incorrect. You see why it's incorrect? All right, Mikey, welcome. Yeah, Mikey or Ray, you're ridiculous. All right, do you see why this is incorrect? Because I'm gonna make a blueprint that makes the copper powder. Okay, the blueprint that makes the copper powder does not need 5215. It needs 5215 minus the copper ore needed to make this 1038 because that's going to be down here in this section. Does that make sense? So we have to pull that out. All right, so how many copper ingots? Here, we'll do it down here. We'll move it around where we need copper ore. And this is going to go into an, well, it doesn't matter. Copper ore, 1037, basically. Let's figure out the pure copper ingots needed to make 12,000. Work backwards. First of all, I don't even know if I have that. I don't know if I've done the check to make sure I have all the recipes for this factory yet. I don't even have the damn thing. We have a lot to do. We have a lot to do. The stage is set for us to build what we want. There's a lot. We don't even have it. Do you have any rescans? One rescan? Nope. Is it not? I didn't skip by it, did I? Nope. I got 4 hard drives. Okay, let's look up and see what the pure copper ingot is again. All right, 15 to 37 and a half. Okay, the ratio is 37 and a half. We want 12,000 copper ingots. How much copper ore is that? Okay, so 12,000, right? Yep. Thirty-seven point 37.5. That divided by this is the number of refineries, 320. And then they need 15. Okay, and so 320 refineries that need 15 copper ore each is 4,800. So this is 4,800. Copper ore that's needed for this. Okay, and now this is 3,200, right? Because it needs 10 water, right? It needs 2/3 of the copper ore to make this work. Okay, so this one here is going to be and actually let's go ahead and let's open with another blueprint name. This is going to be copper powder. I'm trying this. What I'm trying to do all at once here is I'm trying to keep it organized, not just for me, but for you guys. And I'm trying to do less and less of this in my head because I have a hard time remembering it all sometimes. And B, especially since I'm not working on Satisfactory every day, I'll have to come back next week and try to figure out what the hell I was doing. All right, and so writing this stuff down when even though I sort of think to myself, I don't need to write it down, is a good idea, I think. Okay, and now this guy, he's the leftover. His leftovers are going to go here. He's still gonna want really it's just 5215.5 minus, nope, that's a multiply, minus this. Okay, cut it, paste special values. And then the water that's going to go with him is 3477 minus this. Mikey, you paying for attention? People are saying hi. Sorry. I'm totally zoomed in here. Let me take a second and read some chat. First of all, 2 people followed just now. Sancho watches. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. And VSG Bangadox Light followed. Yo, how's it going, Kin? It's going well. And I see you saying hi on both YouTube and Twitch. I was just boiling my brain over here trying to figure out a method of organizing this. I read both chats equally, sometimes equally poorly, but either way, whichever one you want to watch is up to you. Vengado, it's Spanish for revenge. That's what it's about. Love your videos, man. Thank you, man. Thank you for watching. So yeah, I usually catch chat almost always, but not necessarily maybe always at immediately. My builds are inspirational. Good. There is more of a time delay on YouTube. Yeah. So it is you'll get your responses faster on Twitch. And that assumes if I see them both at the same time, you'll get your responses faster on Twitch because there's less delay between us. YouTube just has a larger delay. Okay. This is water. And this is going to go, we can start building the one that this goes to, which is all clad assemblers. Fuse modular frames here. Is that the key component? I think that's the key component, and then 10 of them go to pressure conversion cubes, and 4 of them go to propulsion rockets. Yes, fuse modular frames is the component for sure. Shit. That means we gotta cut this one out though. Unless we make all clad casing. No, this isn't even true. We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this right now. We're gonna do it when we get to it. We're gonna do it when we get to it. That's a futile exercise. Okay, let's keep going here. Copper powder isn't 12,000. Copper powder is 2,000. I won't bug you too much. I know how tough it can be to sort everything out when you're planning. Yeah, no stress, man. You do what you're gonna do. It's I'll be good. You just may have to be a little patient. That's all. I was just asking on one of your YouTube videos about your water trains and if there was enough at the source. I played the game twice before, but I don't know why I never used trains. I'm in love now, so much better than everything else. Those videos, those are all kind of in the past, right? Let me see which video you commented on. Was that recently? Or maybe you did you add on a comment? Yeah, I don't see that one, but that's fine. The water, were you talking about when I was debugging the water? The problem there is I didn't have enough trains. There was enough water at the source. I didn't have enough trains to move the water at the source that was enough to the water at the destination that needed more. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yep, I gotcha. Yeah, I get probably anywhere between 20 to 40 comments a day. I believe I answered that last week sometime, so that was several hundred comments ago. Just for a sense of scale, I try to answer as many as I can. There's a bunch today I didn't get to because I was asleep. I remember questions about that. I just don't remember names necessarily. But yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that was the answer to that. And I'm glad you're enjoying the trains for sure. All right, so this is definitely one we have to do. Its job is going to be pretty simple. It's going to be taking in copper ore and water, and it's going to be spitting out copper powder. Okay, this is a blueprint that we have to do. Okay, let's make a space, and let's do another. Please, sir, I'll have another. And I think that if we want to try to maintain any sense of sanity, we go top down in here. So I think we have to ask ourselves the question, what is the next big component? Now, I don't think it's thermal propulsion rockets in their entirety. I think what we do is we make the 4 pieces of the thermal propulsion rocket, or maybe not even that, in a blueprint, and then we just make 4 manufacturers somewhere that aren't a blueprint, and we feed in those. Okay, the blueprints are good for when you need a lot of them. I'm still enamored by your builds. I got some questions maybe for later, but I'll stop interrupting your train of thought. Hilarious. And unfortunately, the last thing I need in this in the chat is more people doing puns. And that's probably why Mikey gifted you a tier 1 sub. Thank you, Mikey, by the way, for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, we don't need any more puns around here. I'm all punned out. Punishing, really. Okay. So yes, I don't think that we make this a blueprint. I think that we make the construction of fused modular frames a blueprint. Now this is interesting. Do we just bang out 10 assemblers somewhere? I wonder if we can fit all of this in one blueprint. Can I make a fused modular frame blueprint from soup to nuts? That would be very challenging. That sounds like something I would like to do. No, you're fine. It's your job to make puns. It's my job to pretend to be irritated by them. I have to be careful. My my camera is over here, and I have to make sure that I keep that in mind when I'm looking at stuff over here. Trying to think about the overall layout of this factory all at once, and it's, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty overwhelming. Okay. But how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, these are gonna get their own. And the reason that they're gonna get their own because I think our core items, I think I'm wrapping my mind around our core items. It's this level: the fused modular frames, the radio control units, the cooling systems, okay, or cooling devices. They're cooling systems. And this is only like not even a full assembler, right? This is 4 assemblers. Who cares? A Adaptive control units, that's its own blueprint. Modular engines, that's its own blueprint. Okay, the components of these. Versatile framework, that's going to be its own blueprint. Magnetic control rod, that's going to be its own blueprint. Maybe. Actually, that one just might be a one-off, because we don't need very many of that. Crystal oscillators. It's just in the radio control units. Okay. All right, let's start writing these. We can do this. We can do this. I just keep saying this. We can do this. Fuse modular frames. Let's go ahead and do this. Boom. Radio control units. These are all the blueprints we have to design. This is where the majority of the work is going to be. Those are the two things we need for the pressure conversion cubes. The pressure conversion cubes will just run a 10 line of assemblers. We can build it by hand because the component pieces will be done in the blueprints. What is the final product of this factory? These 4 things right here. This is the space elevator parts. 10 nuclear pasta per minute, 4 thermal propulsion rockets per minute, 4 magnetic field generators per minute, and 2.5 assembly director systems per minute. Sorry, it's probably a little small for you guys on Twitch. I'm kind of using up all of my real estate of screen space a little bit too much. So you're planning on to blueprint fuse modular frames from resource to finished product? Is it even possible? We're gonna effing find out. Yeah, it's illegible. Yeah, it's fine. That's why I read it out loud. I pretty much had the same thought about my current project, Ken. Instead of one big hub, I'm going to do a few smaller ones, like one hub for every area, and then transporting it to my main. Right, I'm doing that, but all inside the same factory. But yes, you know, breaking it apart like that. I'm still breaking it apart. I'm just breaking it apart very close together. Okay, what else? Cooling systems. Oh, our man popped. We're looking for pure copper ingots. What a troll. What a troll. All right, let's scan again. Okay. Wow. Bangado gifted 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you, man. Jade Sanctuary, Kuja 78, Jeebers, Red Pawn, Nightmar 5, Ghost Calls, Arceus 42, Flex McFlare, Killen Ved 294, and Farseer were all gifted 10 tier 1 subs. Just love your content, man. Keep it going. I will. I'm gonna let you cook. Try to watch an interrupt. Dude, do your thing. I'll be fine. If you got questions, don't be afraid to ask, okay? Now we're not gonna blueprint supercomputers, right? Because supercomputers, we just need one assembler eating a chunk of our cooling systems and a chunk of our radio control units, and both of those are going to be blueprinted. Is it starting to make a little bit of sense? Okay, we don't need to blueprint assembly director systems because we only need 4 assemblers. Okay, but what's next? We did the cooling systems. We need to do fused modular frames. Modular engines. There's our fused modular frames. I need modular engines and turbo motors. Those need to be blueprinted. Modular engines and turbo motors. Okay. That handles the thermal propulsion rockets. Those are a beast. So that's 2 down. We've got everything we need for the nuclear pasta. We've got everything we need for the thermal propulsion rockets. We'll use leftover cooling systems and radio control units that we were making for the thermal propulsion rockets to make the supercomputers. That's half of what we need for the assembly director systems. The other half are the adaptive control units, and they're going to have their own. So that's next. The last part is the magnetic field generator. These electromagnetic control rods, it's kind of lame. I mean, 4 per minute sucks. Are we just gonna can we fit all this in one blueprint? Can I do a magnetic field generator blueprint? I kind of want to. By the way, I do have a cheat here, by the way. The cheat is that I'm porting in plastic and rubber. Okay? The plastic and rubber is already made when it hits this factory. Okay? Just there, that is a cheat. That simplifies what's happening in this factory. I don't have to make the rubber on site. It's already made. I just have to truck it over. Okay? So keep that in mind. Man. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different places need rubber. Okay. Hey, Ghost Calls. Thanks for chatting. Can you explain how you use the pathing and block signals at the big train junctions later? I'll be happy again. Okay, just really quickly. I need a small break from that. It's I can explain it, but not exactly how it works. I will explain how to do it. It's like saying I don't know. I don't know a good example. The closest thing I could think of is like, I was going to use a calculus reference, and I realized the amount of people that would understand what I'm talking about is very, very small. So I'm not going to reference calculus to make a point. Isn't even a good example. Okay, we're gonna do this. Basically, what I can do is I can show you the trick without, but I can't teach you the fundamental, like, I don't understand exactly how it works myself, but I know the trick, and if you do the trick, if you follow the rule, and you don't break the rule, then it works, okay? So I'm not gonna teach you how it works. I am going to show you the trick. Okay, hope that makes sense. Okay, these got a little funky at the end here. All right, so here we go. This needs a path signal to work correctly. All right, we're gonna say right-hand driving because I live in America and most of the world drives on the right. All right, sorry UK, you're wrong. It's fine. We can still be friends, but you're gonna have to acknowledge you're wrong. So we're gonna right-hand drive. Let's build a train so that we can visualize that easily. Okay, we're right-hand driving. All right, everybody on board? You're not the only one who can use puns. Here's the deal. Path in. Memorize this. Path in. Block out. Path in, block out. When you enter the intersection, now if you look, this section right here, where everybody's crossing, okay, he's one color. There's some other things happening here, mostly because this isn't a real train network. That's why it's throwing errors and shit, but don't worry about it. Path in to that intersection. Okay, remember, he's going in, path in. And then when you leave the intersection, you block. Okay? Just write it down on a post-it note, stick it on your computer monitor, path in, block out. If you do that, it will solve most of the pathing errors and issues that you have. There are a couple of bugs right now in the train system. Some things that can pop up. I think they have to do with the new way that railways are built. Sometimes some things pop up. If you run into any problems or weirdness, come and ask me in my Discord. But this is, generally speaking, how you handle any of these types of intersections that need pathing signals. Okay? I hope that helps. I want to talk about that guy, Mikey. I'm so hyped to see you build out some of these blueprints. Yeah, I might not get to them today, but we're trying to plan. You know calculus for what it's worth. Well, you know when you do a derivative, there's a little trick of moving the polynomial, like, to the I think it's a polynomial, up to the exponent or reverse, right? Whenever you do whenever you do a derivative, right? There's the little trick, right? And you can always remember the trick, but that doesn't mean you learned calculus. That was the only point I was going to make. Path signals at all entrances, block signals at all exits. If you can't figure it out, just use all block signals. That is, yeah, I mean, that's basically Does the path signal also count as a separator for a block? Yeah, a path signal is a block. It chops it into another block. Okay, but a path signal looks ahead. All right, basically what the path signal is going to do is it's going to tell, this path signal is going to check to see if any trains are going to be on his path. It checks the path, it doesn't check the block. The block signal checks the entire block. Okay, it checks all of these, because this is if this was a block signal, then it would check the entire block and it would go red and not let him enter if anywhere on this block was occupied. But a path signal only checks his path, the path between the path signal and the next block signal. Okay, and so if there's a train here, or if there's going to be a train there, a block signal here would be red because this train is in this block. But a path signal remains green because this train is not in this train's path. Does that make sense? Block signals check the next block. Path signals check the path of the train. I believe that the path signal checks not only this block's path, but also this block's path. I think it looks two ahead, and that's why you always want to make sure that you put a block signal directly after a path signal. You do not want two path signals in a row ever, because it's going to cause problems. Okay, does that make sense? The power rule. Yeah. Exactly. Power rule. That's what this is. That's what path in, block out is the power rule. I just couldn't remember the name. Path signals will allow trains to find a path over a complex junction and will not use them to divide a block section of rail. Trains will drive up. Yeah, don't use them to derive a block section of rail, but they do divide a block. I think he was saying if they still do it. I do have a roundabout that you like to use. Roundabout will do the same thing. Yeah, the path, Killer Rain, exactly. That's what I was trying to do. Sami, Killer Rain, just catching up. Yep. The game has come a long way. Kin, starting to watch the series from video on YouTube. Huge difference. yeah, huge. It is. Okay, guys, that's enough of that. Hopefully that helped. That helped you, that helped somebody else. I'm sure Minikin made a 3-minute short about that. At least she will. We'll probably see that on YouTube at some point in about 3 weeks from now. Okay. That's about 2 weeks. Hope that helped. All right, we need pure copper ingot, baby. Gotcha. Let's do some continued checking. What else do we need? We need our list of there's a list of overview, alternate recipes needed. Oh my god. I need 28 total. That's crazy. I need 28 total alternate recipes for this factory. We're gonna check and see if we have them all. Okay. Adhered iron plate. I think that's in an assembler. We got it. All clad casing. I know we have that. Ethereum circuit board. I'm pretty sure we have that. I need to stop deleting these. Ethereum circuit board. We have that. Ethereum wire. Sure we have that, but I need a constructor anyway. Ethereum wire. We've got that. Coated iron plate. Again, I'm sure we have that. Where are you, coated iron plate? You at the top? Do we not have that? What is that? Coated iron plate. Isn't that yeah, it is an assembler. We don't have it. I thought it was. It's plastic. It's plastic and iron ingots. Okay. Do we have you somewhere? There you are. Coated iron plate, we got you now. Yeah, thanks, Simrian. Cooling device, I'm sure we have that. I shouldn't say that. I can't remember exactly which cooling system we used. I guess we don't have that. No. It's in a sorry. It's in a blender. Yeah, cooling device. We got that one. Case industrial pipe. I'm sure we have that, but I just want to get eyes on everything. Case industrial pipe. Got it. Flexible framework. We need flexible framework. I feel like I'm playing Family Feud. Show me flexible framework. I don't think got it. Let me make sure that I'm not missing this. Hey, shake your booty. I'm doing well. I am trying to plan the most complicated factory I've ever made. Ever. And it's not even close. Right now we're double checking to make sure I have all of the oh, flexible framework is in the manufacturer. I still don't have it though. Okay, so we need flexible framework. And I appreciate the hug. I don't have it. All right, so we're gonna start another hard drive. Let's make the note here. Where's my bro? Where'd you go? Where'd you go, bro? Right here. These are the ones we need. Okay, next. Fused quartz crystal. Fused quartz crystal. I don't know where that is. I think there's another one I don't have. Thank you for the gifted sub. Shake ya booty. Got a gifted sub. So would you say it's more complicated than Star Destroyer? Yeah. The Star Destroyer was massive and more epic in the terms of like the pure volume. The logistics was very, very complicated for the Super Star Destroyer, for sure. But I mean, it's close. It's a different kind of complex, I think. It's a different kind of complex for sure. Use quartz crystals in the foundry. Got it. Got that bad boy. Heat exchanger. I'm pretty sure we have that. Am I a liar? Heat exchanger. Heat sink. It's in an assembler. I think I already looked here. I don't think we have it. Probably be right here, next to the other heatsink. It's an alternate heatsink recipe. Are you in here? Hello? That's 2 we need. Not good. We only have 2 hard drives. So we either have to get very lucky. We're gonna have to go hard drive hunting. I bet. Broke in the logistics on everything, man. I can't even get close. Well, it's one step at a time. Like this, we're just making sure. I mean, this is a job in and of itself, just to make sure we have the right alternate recipes. Heavy encased frame, we definitely have that. Insulated crystal oscillator, I'm sure we have that. Insulated crystal oscillator, yes. The heavy encased frame is here too. Right there. Iron alloy ingot, I'm sure we have it. I'm gonna put eyes on it anyway. It's right there. Molded beam right there. Molded steel pipe right there. OC supercomputers in the assembler, I'm pretty sure we have that as well. Right there. Plastic AI limiter, is that in here? Plastic AI limiter, yes, we've got that. Plastic smart plating. Oh, there's another one. There it is. Plastic smart plating. We have it now. Pure aluminum ingot. I'm sure we have that, but we're gonna put eyes on it anyway. Thought you were an assembler. Am I a liar? Are you over here? Where are you, pure aluminum ingot? You a refinery, aren't you? I'm sure we have that. Are you a constructor? Where are you? I should know this. I feel like I'm letting everybody down. There's no way that I don't have this, right? It's in the smelter. It's in the freaking smelter. Construction, can I ask what you do for work? For fun, briefly, obviously. Yeah, I, for work, I do a lot of things. It's right here, I'm stupid. I knew I had it, but I wanted to put eyeballs on it. I do a lot of things. My main income is, right now, is I'm a consultant for school districts in the state of California. I help them get a lot of money for the construction of facilities. So when a school district needs to build a new school, or they need to do an addition to a current school, or they need to do a modernization to an existing older school, I help them get money in a variety of ways. That is, in a nutshell, what I do. I write very, very boring, very, very complicated reports that prove in a way that is required by law that a district needs to meet certain criteria, and that they can charge developer fees to new homes when they are built, or additions to existing homes, and that helps a school district pay for facilities. The search bar and hard drive library proved to be unreliable in your case. I had all the hard drives scanned. Interesting. Yeah, I don't use that. I probably should. I probably really should. But I just don't. Pure copper ingot, we just got that one. Quick wire cable. There you are. Got quick wire cable. Quick wire stator. Quick wire stator. There you are. Radio control system. I'm sure we have that. Yep, we got that. Rubber concrete. Are you in here? No. You're here. Rubber concrete. We got that. Sloppy alumina. I mean, we definitely have that. Right there. Solid steel ingot. That's in the foundry. Got that. Steel rod. Got that. Steel rotor. Got that. Okay, we just missing two. Just missing these two. Flexible framework and heat exchanger. And we got 2 hard drives to get it, boys. Let's see if I can get this thing working again. So I just went through all 28 of these alternate recipes. We either had them all already or they were scanned and sitting ready for us to pick them, except for these 2 flexible frameworks and heat exchangers. Okay, there's a 28 down there. You'll just have to trust me. My fat head is in the way. The other things I like to do for fun is play video games. I've spent a lot of time learning how to invest my money better. It's not something I really learned as I was growing up. What else do I do for fun? I spend a lot of time with my family. I've been married for 16 years and I have 5 children. That's interesting, but not at all what I expected. Yeah, I hear that a lot. Everybody thinks I'm an architect or an engineer. I absolutely could have been an engineer. I have the math for it. I'm going to be honest with you. I was in a computer engineering program in college. I got bored of college. And I liked economics, and I was like, I've got to get out of here. And so... big miss. We're gonna have to go get at least 1 hard drive, you guys, in order to build this factory. I was like, all right, I can get an economics degree with a focus in econometrics, and I got out of there. And I've been basically running my own businesses of various kinds, of which you are watching one. I am treating this YouTube channel as a business. I'm trying to grow it out. All aspects of this: content creation, Twitch, shorts, long forms, everything. I'm a realtor, a licensed realtor. I have been for 16 years. I used to flip houses. I worked for my dad as a locksmith for a long time as a contractor. It doesn't sound like a lot of fun. Yeah. I don't know. There's no real way for me to answer that without sounding like an absolute dick, so I'm not going to, but I can just say that all my kids are amazing, and I can tell you that I don't wish I didn't have any one of them. I'm glad for every single one, and if life permitted, I would be fine with having more. My kids are the best part of anything I've ever done in my life or ever will do. 5 kids, lucky dog. I am. I have 3, and my third is 7 months old. And man, I'm not opposed to more, but money. Yeah, money's part of it. It's time too. It's also personal sacrifice. And you should only do what you're willing to do. You know, some people aren't willing to do enough personal sacrifice for 1 kid. Some are willing to do 2, 3, 4, and that's totally fair. That's everybody up to their that's up to everybody individually. You know, that's nobody's call but every individual person's. You know. Yeah, I don't think everybody should necessarily have kids. I think everybody should do what they want to do. If you want to have kids, you should have them. To be honest with you, you're never ready. If you want kids and you're married and you're older than 18, you should have kids. I don't know, it's pretty easy. Pretty easy to me. It's not complicated. Otherwise, there will be no more people. So, okay, let's keep going here. Yeah, you can just search the parts in the search menu to see what's alt instead of flipping through the machines. Yeah, I like I said, I probably could do that. So let's do aluminum ingots. Yeah, but does this tell me if I had it or not? What was the one I didn't have? The flexible. Yeah, okay, so it's missing. Okay. Yeah, that'd have been nice. I wonder if it would still be missing before I selected it. To be honest, I also kind of wanted the reminder, although it says it right here, right? It says it. Yeah, it's not a terrible thing. All right, night Ray. And Mikey's going to sleep too. Yep. Oh, sounds like that was brought up already. Wasn't paying attention. No, it's fine, Nick. You're fine. You could just got your pick set from Amazon. Be careful. Those are technically not exactly legal, depending on your intent with them, and what state you live in. making them was a lot of fun. 5 minutes of grunting and thrusting, then roll over and snore greatest achievement of your life. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about conceiving my children is the greatest achievement of my life. I'm talking about raising them, you nincompoop. But you knew that. That's okay. There are a lot of other fulfilling things to do in your life with your time and money. That's true. There are. I've chosen to do raise 5 kids with mine, and I don't regret it not one bit. You're never ready. That's true, but honestly, they're the best thing that will ever happen to you. They can be if you want them. I had kids early in the marriage, earlier than I would have preferred. Treating the stuff I could do, kind of done with the kids I have now. Well, that might also be the sentimental side of it. The sentimental side of it's important. That's the important part. Your license, nice. Okay, so let's keep going. We were trying to build this out. And I think that we should continue that. Okay. So we're basically pre-planning our blueprints. We've got one done, and then we got a little distracted. How much till this is going? I will say this. I think kids are important. I think They're not something that everybody should do just because somebody says they should do it, but you also shouldn't let somebody tell you that you can't do it. It goes both ways. If you want kids, you should have them. If you don't want kids, you shouldn't have them. I think it's pretty easy, actually. I don't think you get to tell other people that they should have less. And I don't think that you should really get to tell people that they should have more or some. It's like telling me, I had a guy come into the Ashes of Creation channel last night, and he basically said, I think people are just pretending to like this game. He was basically saying that I don't get to like a game that I like because he thinks that it's bad. That's an asinine thing to say. I think it's the same with kids. I'm the oldest of 5 children. There's sometimes I wish I had one or two less brothers and sisters. But yeah, I mean, come on, like, am I gonna wish that members of my family don't exist? That's pretty crazy to me. So I don't know. I'm totally fine with, you gotta be responsible. You know, I think, you gotta make sure that you have them with the right person. Okay? Life's a lot harder when you're raising kids by yourself. You know? Yeah, kids and pets, they don't belong in the same sentence. Sorry. I know the point you're trying to make, but it's not the same. It's just not the same. But it's all good. So can you playing co-op from time to time? It would be very, very... I would have to pick the co-op person that I play with very, very carefully, because I would want to play it on the stream. And it would probably have to be another streamer or my daughter. And it would probably have to be somebody that made sense to do a collaboration with. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense for me to collaborate with somebody like I'm Kibitz, right? I'm tiny compared to them. You know, it doesn't make sense for me to collaborate with somebody who has, who likes to build a lot of spaghetti, unless we want drama in the stream, which I guess maybe that would make sense. No, I hear you, Snozzy, and I'm not calling you out. I'm just making my own point that I don't believe that. I'm just trying to make my own point, piggybacking off of your point. That's all. I'm not calling you out or anything like that. I'm just making an additional point. Okay, let's keep trying to keep going here. This, I don't need this anymore. Let's clean this up a little bit. I don't need this anymore. Where'd that go? I don't need this anymore. I think who you decide to have children with is just as an important question as whether or not you want to have them. Quartz purification and classic battery. Wait, heat exchanger. Yes. I forgot which ones we were looking at. All right, we got one. So we're going to have to go get some new, we're going to have to get the blueprint for flexible framework, not the blueprint, the recipe for flexible framework at some point. Probably not tonight. Okay, let's keep going. Next one is the fused modular frames. Okay, let's work backwards. Okay. Fused modular frames. Well, who's, how old's your oldest kid there, Bengado? Just curious. 10. definitely need some. We need 350 nitrogen gas. We're gonna need a blender that makes fuse modular frames. So here's the deal. I don't mind having kids, but I understand that it's not my priority to even know in my life. I don't even know what I want to do with my life, so I don't see myself raising another human being as if I can do a good job at it. That just seems irresponsible. Yeah, and that's fine. That's a totally valid. I'm gonna get crazy here. All right, you guys ready for some crazy? I think the best chance to have a successful family and to raise kids well are when there are two parents that are in a relationship that they plan to be in for the rest of their lives, because that is the type of environment that, in my opinion, is the gives you the best possible chance to raise to be responsible in raising your children. So if you don't have somebody that you feel that you can be in that kind of relationship with, then kids aren't really the thing that you know. I just think it's a process, and this process has steps, and there are steps that have to be taken before you get to kids. That's all. I'll let you guys hack that out between yourselves. I gave my opinions on it, and I don't think I need to keep going. Okay, so what else are we doing here? Let's do. Wait, pressure inversion. No, fuse modular frame. Okay, this guy. I wonder if we make heavy modular frames. I can't decide if we... That's going to be really hard to do. I don't know if I can fit it. I think somebody mentioned earlier you're going to try to fit a fuse modular frame into one blueprint. Might be impossible. How many aluminum ingots we're making? 2,000? They're all going to all-clad casings? Okay. All right, we chop this out. I say we chop this out and we make all-clad casings like we're making copper powder. So conflicted. Cooling devices, they're gonna have to make their own motors. Turbo motors are gonna have to make their own motors. Modular engines are gonna have to make their own motors. I think that's probably fine. I think this shenanigan has to be contained. All right. I think we have to make it an all-clad casing. Our fuse modular frame is just going to be too raunchy to make all in the same blueprint, and that's okay. That's why we're doing this. We're trying to get a plan. So Aluminum casing. You need to make a total of 1558. You guys are fine. You guys you guys do what you're gonna do. It's fine. I don't care. Especially if you use the reply to each other, it's really easy for me to see if it's to me or not. So I don't mind it. Okay. Let's see. Aluminum casing. Yeah, let's get this one knocked out. This has to be its own. There's too many steps, right? So copper ore. This is the rest of the copper ore, actually. So this is actually what I was getting at earlier. It's 512.5. Let's try that again. 512. Oh my goodness. 5215.5 minus that number. And then water. $34.77 minus that number. Okay. That makes our copper ingots. We're gonna need more water. We're gonna need an additional $924. Okay. Well, that sucks. That's probably gonna get rounded down. 4,400. Yeah, I mean, that's some rounding shenanigans. I'm not gonna worry about that. He's getting two 1,200 pipes. I mean, two 600 pipes. I don't know what's exactly happening there. But I'm fine with it. There's just some floating points here that aren't perfect. So, it's fine. If we have a machine go idle for a split second once every 3 hours, I think I'll be okay. Hey, Omega Vixens, how's it going? Okay. And we'll figure this out in more detail. This is fine for now. Now we also need coal. 1385. By the way, we need a refinery and... Okay, this guy's going to be pretty hefty. We're also going to need the assembler. Raw clad casing. We're gonna need refinery. Alum scrap, and another refinery for sloppy alum. This is where all the bauxite comes in. Yep. Bauxite. And how much bauxite? 2308. What happened to my... Thank you. And then we need a smelter. We need a pure alum ingot. All right, is that it? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right, here's our boy. That's a beast right there. That is nasty. It's going. New AC was installed during the hottest part of the day on Friday. Got sicker than you'd think. Hate being heat sensitive and living in Arizona. Yeah, I bet. That sounds really crappy. Okay. All right. Now, fuse modular frames. Well, you're gonna get some aluminum casing. You're gonna get 700 aluminum casing, right? And we just made that. Okay, and then obviously we got the blender. We got the nitrogen gas. Now heavy modular frames. Let's check something. Do I think it's possible to build the rest of this in a blueprint? Where are you hiding? Mercury City. Mercury Tower. No. United Tower, sorry. Heavy modular frame, right side. Damn. Can I fit another blender in here? This is one of the tightest blueprints I've ever made. I would have to fit another blender in here. Is there any efficiencies that I have now that I didn't have then? I actually think it's worse, because I'm not doing the ingots somewhere else. I'm not doing any of these somewhere else. What are we making? We're making a lot here. Making the steel pipes. That is going to be, even with the aluminum casing being shipped in, this is going to be nearly an impossible blueprint to make. Yeah, it was 115, 106 inside by the time they finished the install, and it's stupid because they were supposed to be here at 7. But the scheduler the crane for 2, and then they called the crane company at 8. See, they get the crane here by 9. Yeah, that sucks. I don't know. I don't know if I can pack this all in. Maybe. Look at that reflection. It's really cool. I think we have to chop it out. Making 1,100 steel pipe. What if we move the steel pipe out of the... I mean, that's 22 foundries. If we pull that out of the equation, it becomes a lot more simple. Man. Still have the reinforced iron plate. This is interesting. How do we chop this? 1,200 concrete. It's a chunky monkey. $1,200 steel ingots. 21 foundries. If we did... What if we made a blueprint that made... What if we thought about this a little bit differently? What if I made a blueprint that made... all the steel pipe, all the rods, it's not normally how I do this. Usually I'm making fewer parts, but I'm making a lot more of them. I'm having a problem here because the way that I usually chunk out my factories doesn't make sense logistically anymore, because you know, that's actually that's why I brought this up, right? There's a lot fewer parts, but I'm making 3,500, 1,600, 3,800, right? We're making 2,000 fuel. Right, and so you know, 2,500 sulfur. There's less parts, but there's more of them. And so the way that I blueprinted before doesn't make a lot of the same amount of sense. Eric, I've barely scratched the surface of this game, but I enjoy watching you work. I don't feel like I'm working very much right now. My brain isn't working. We're trying to get there. I gotta figure out how to chunk this out. It does not make sense. We cannot go... Not only could we not go straight to fused modular frames, that was insane. We can't even go straight to heavy modular frames. Okay. This is a tough nut to crack. We'll get there. Okay, makes sense to me to include this assembler. Okay, we have to start making some rules, okay? This encased industrial beam has to go with this manufacturer because it is the only place we're making encased industrial beams. It has to go in this blueprint. It doesn't make sense to do anything else, okay? He goes in here, he has to, because he's the only place the beams go. That means that all this concrete and all this concrete stays within this blueprint. Now to make this concrete, we have to pass in limestone and some rubber. Now we could make the concrete elsewhere. We could make the concrete its own set, but because it's only one machine in that process, I think we include that in the blueprint in which it is being used because it's just an assembler. I think that makes sense. Then we're not transporting concrete all over the place. The alternative is, though, shoot. Now I'm making a counter argument in my own mind because all this limestone. Okay. I think we do make a concrete because we're already going to have to transport the limestone around everywhere. So we might as well transport the concrete everywhere because then we don't have to transport the rubber everywhere. Okay, we're essentially turning 2 units into 1 right out the gate. And we're doing that so that we can use up rubber and have to get less limestone. Okay. All right, so we make concrete. All right. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We've decided we're making concrete. Concrete is going to be its own discrete blueprint. And that will be shuffled around the factory through the sky bridges and shit. Okay. Concrete. 1306 limestone and rubber 261. Okay, it's an assembler and it's rubber concrete. And we're making concrete. And we're making 1175. Okay. Also, I think that it's pretty clear that we have to make heavy modular frames by themselves. Unfortunately, we have to use heavy modular frames in 2 places. So they cannot be a part of a single blueprint. The adaptive control units and the fuse modular frame, so that's fine. They need to be their own thing. Now, the encased industrial beams, they need to be made inside the blueprint, because they're the only place that they go. Steel pipe. I think we ship in the steel pipe because it's the same thing with the concrete. Look, see, the steel pipe is a component in the production of the item, but it's also a component in the encased industrial beam. What about modular frames? You can split those. God. $100 total, 55 total. I mean, that's not even one Mark 1 belt. All the rods go here. These should be in the same blueprint. Hey, Pumpkinhead. Yeah, I've used Modeler. I'm not going to. This is I get that it has advantages. For me, I'm using a combination of tools and I would say this, since I've already planned the factory with tools, it probably would be easier for me to I feel very comfortable using Excel. All Modeler would do is replace Excel for me. I already feel comfortable keeping track of my splits in Excel over Modeler, but I get that that's another option. It's just not one that I couldn't really get Modeler to work for me very well, and it was just a really frustrating experience. I actually did it on the stream. So, okay. It's really just a decision. I know how to do it once I decide how I'm going to. My problem is I don't know exactly how I want to yet. I feel like the modular frames should go here. I think we ship in the steel pipes, which means that we make steel pipes outside. All right, and if we're gonna do that, because we are making a lot of them, okay, I feel like it's worth it. We're making 1,100 steel pipes, so they get their own blueprint, and it's decently complicated. You have the concrete coming in, and then steel ingots, which are coal, and iron ingots. The iron ingots are iron and copper, right? So there's plenty of work that is being offloaded into the steel pipes. I don't have a problem with that. Let's finish our deal here. So we need 666 concrete. Remember, making concrete above the devil's. These are the devil's steel pipes. We're going to be doing a foundry, making molded steel pipe. We're making steel pipe. What else? We're gonna need some room here. And okay, so the steel ingots, we have to go back to the steel ingots here. So to get 1,100 steel ingots out of the solid steel, I wonder if we do. I'm tempted to make a multiple output. I think I'm going to. I've never done this. Make a blueprint that has multiple outputted items. Steel ingot. No. You're already gonna have concrete in you? Yes. It's not gonna make any sense. I only need 2/3 of a molded beam. That doesn't make any sense. He just gets made off by himself. Steel ingots. We can do the iron rods. We'll do the iron rods. This is gonna be steel pipes and iron rods. Okay. Hello, I'm trying to catch up with the VODs. You're now at 9, a lot more to go. I love watching the VODs at night. It's really relaxing. I do try to set them up like that, you know? There's basically tools in Excel on the side with all the info, so it even looks the same. I've used it for like 60 hours according to Steam so far. It works now for me. Yeah, I've already tried. I'm not gonna try again. I respect people that use it. You can definitely use it if it works for you. I could not get it to work the way I needed it to work for it to be an asset to me. Okay. I know what I want. We don't just need 66 concrete. No, we're not eating those. We're just eating this. This is perfect. So we need all the steel ingots except for 80 per minute. Okay, so that is going to be 193.5. 193.5. Sorry. 193.5. That's the number of steel ingots that we need out of this group. And so let's take a look at the solid steel ingots. Sorry. We're going about this back asswards. Okay, solid steel ingots. we get 60. I need that. So 60, how many of these am I gonna need? That divided by that. I'm gonna need 19.89. 19.9 basically. And so to get the coal and the iron ingots that I need are gonna be do I make? No, we're gonna no, check this out. We got this. Steel pipes, iron rods, and extra steel ingots. That's how we're gonna solve this. Okay. He gets all the iron ore. So coal. $849. Iron ore. 527.6. Uh, 132 copper ore. We're also going to be making steel, iron rod and steel ingot. This is $111 steel pipe. I mean, not 111, 1,110. Sorry, there's some chat. Let me catch up. Sorry, guys. Wow, you're still count. Sorry, you lost me, Fadlin. Bruno, what kind of factory building? This is the space elevator. This is the tier phase 4 space elevator parts, all 4 of them. And Batak, what is this factory for producing? Yeah. Sorry, I got the same question on both YouTube and Twitch. I don't know if you can see 10 nuclear pasta per minute, 4 thermal propulsion rockets per minute, 4 magnetic field generators per minute, and 2.5 assembly director systems per minute. And then a game I feel you would enjoy and would be good to stream, Shadows of Doubt, a whole city simulated, one citizen becomes a killer and you are the detective, constant whodunit. Ray Charles, that doesn't sound anything at all like a game that I have played on the stream. But I will trust your word, but unfortunately I do have very many other games that I have to get ahead of anything that I would add. That doesn't sound like a game that I would like at all. We're making 334 rods and then 80 steel ingots. Okay. Foundry. And foundry. There's 3 foundries. And solid steel ingot. Let's move this one down here. And then who makes the rods? Constructor. Okay. right, we can handle this. Okay. Now, can we make the heavy modular frames now? Let's see. Let's see if we're even close. $139 concrete. You need a manufacturer making heavy encased frames. Gene Beanie, I'm guessing you're laying all this out so you know how much of what you have to make per X amount of time to make your factory top tier efficient. Yeah, I don't make factories unless I plan them. I have all my prior factories planned. They're all here. This was the aluminum one to make the aluminum parts. This is by far this is the computer one, right? So this is by far the most complicated one that I've tried to do. I do also have the 4 spaces made. We're gonna put these in these 4 buildings right here. And I'm gonna make sky bridges across these buildings to interconnect the portions of the factory. And so I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to portion off production into each blueprinted section, and then I will try to figure out what buildings it makes the most sense to put those blueprinted sections in order to, you know, make the best use of the space that I have. Top tier efficient. Yeah, I mean, basically, it's gonna do what this plan is, right? And this plan is 10 nuclear pasta per minute for thermal propulsion, and then 2.5 of the other 2. So that's I am constructing the plan, and I'm trying to break this into digestible pieces, and I want to do it live so that other people can you know, either learn from my victories, or more importantly, more likely learn from my mistakes. Okay. Oh my god, when I switched to show you the other ones, it shuffled all this crap. All right, well, that's a mistake. The heavy modular frames are way down here. This is all mixed up. I had it in my brain kind of organized. It's not too bad, but it's definitely not in the same place it was. That's irritating. Okay, concrete. So 139 plus the concrete we need for all of the encased industrial beams, which is an additional 316. We'll call it 317. So 139. And again, we're just trying, we'll do this with precision when we make the blueprints themselves, which we won't get to tonight. Well, no, you're fine. It's not you. Don't be sorry. Well, that's awesome. I tend to just wing it, so all this planning is mind-boggling. Oh, no. Well, I mean, it's how you can't. A factory like this can't be the first one you plan. You got to start off and you got to plan your little motor factory, right? You know, your rotors, your stators, your motors, right? There's 3 machines, right? Plus the smelting that that has to happen. That's, you know, you start there. right? And then you work your way up. My chair is fading in and out, which is irritating. It's because I was leaned back. If I get far enough away from the camera, it starts to think that actually it's when the chair gets far from my face. It starts to think that the chair is a background that I want it to eliminate. See that? So it's when I lean forward. Because I don't actually use a green screen, I use a cheat. But I might one day upgrade to an actual green screen. Anyway, I am talking about this to distract myself from how complicated this is. Okay, concrete. We got the concrete. We got the total amount of concrete. Steel pipe. Let's pick up the total amount of steel pipe. Looks like 288 plus 380. Okay, and we need an assembler that makes encased industrial pipe. Heavy encased rames. You're just gonna make one thing, heavy modular frames, and you're gonna make how many for us? 19. We need 19 out of you. Okay. We are breaking this factory into pieces. We are winning, slowly but surely. Okay, don't call me Shirley. I think that we do 334 iron rods. I think we make the modular frames inside. Ooh, but not all of them. 5? Are you kidding me? You are such a pain in the ass. Tempted. I promised myself I was not going to change the plan. I still need them. Where do you find the music for my streams? Guy right here, White Bat Audio. It's copyright free. This guy's music is amazing. I'm doing the more synthwave kind of stuff, stuff like this. There's a bunch of like atmospheric horror synth. There's like dark synth. Like here's a horror one, right? Like retrowave playlist right here. The one you're listening to right now is this one, 4.5 hours. I've been listening to this on the stream for 2 years. It's amazing. I don't get tired of it. It's 4.5 hours of individual different songs. It doesn't repeat for 4.5 hours. This one right here, the algorithm one. All of these are good. I don't really like the horror stuff, but other people like it a lot. You can pick any of these different mixes. These are just the most popular ones that he's got. But there's a bunch of different ones. I've listened to a few of these. I like his synthwave stuff, like I said, but there's plenty of stuff there. Yeah, there you go. Ken is listening to Wipeout Audio Algorithm. That's what I'm listening to. Now, this is kind of anything that sort of, a game that has like higher technology in it. I'll listen to this. I've got a fantasy playlist that I listen to for Ashes of Creation, and a game where this type of music doesn't make a lot of sense. So, okay. Let's keep going. What are we gonna do? I wanted to just send all the rods. Okay. Let's not make it complicated. We just need 50 2/3 modular frames. Okay? We need 50 2/3 modular frames. Let's make a little space here. Let's calculate out what that is. All right, there it's a okay, 50 2/3, right? So how many modular frames do we make when we make modular frames? Reinforced iron plate. Why don't we steel pipe? Doing? I missed this. I must have. 2 and more steel pipe. No iron rods. Why didn't I do this, you guys? Is this on? I think we change out the modular frame. I think we force it. Did I? Steel frame. That's a mistake. That's a better. Then I don't have to make any steel rods at all. It's gonna change. It's gonna change everything. That's a mistake. When I designed this, that's a mistake. That needs to be off. Everything's gonna change. Hopefully it's not too bad. I don't think any of the aluminum stuff changes. Everything's all mixed up now. Okay, it started making screws. See? We started down this road. Bolted frames. It's okay. It's okay. Bolted frame off of here. Molded beams. Where are you? Steel frame. This is what I wanted. I wanted steel frames. Still making 19. All right, let's go back to half and half. What was that? Was that a follow? Thank you, Sean, for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay. And thank you for the other follow, the tech. All right, this is a better design, but it's changed some things, and now I have to update. Yes, I just missed it when I was planning this, right? I just missed it. That's an easy win for me. I just okay. 228 and 380. The steel pipes are the same. We have to make more steel pipe though. This steel pipe is now different. We're not making, we're gonna make more. It'll simplify things. But we do have to make more. 12, we'll call it 1295.6. 1295.6. And then we don't have to make any iron rods. Okay, get that shit out of here. That's the concrete. The concrete's gonna have to change because, you know, poo rolls uphill in this case. 1286 and 2/3. 1286.6. Okay, and then that changes the amount of rubber. This is why we're writing this down, because as bad as this is, it's really not that bad because we haven't built anything in the game. All right, imagine us building out and figuring out where stuff is going to go and having it built and having it working and then realizing that we need to make a change, right? We're doing it on paper where it's so much faster to make a change. All I have to do is type in some new numbers. I don't have to run any new belts, right? And this is why I like planning this a lot better than winging it. But that's me. If you want to wing your game, I'm not going to stop you. Molded steel pipe. Yeah, I have that one too. I'm using that one a lot. Okay, so the concrete is now updated. How much concrete are we taking into our new steel pipe set? 777. We're no longer the devil's steel pipe. Okay. And then we still need some extra steel ingots, 80. So that stays. This all stays. We don't need the steel rods. Oh, we still need 3 foundries. Yeah, my bad. Foundry. I cut out the wrong thing. Iron. Oh, yeah, iron alloy ingot. We need the solid steel ingot still. Thank you, Gaming Dakota, for the follow. Back-to-back follows, you guys, on Twitch. Okay. Still making 80 extra for this shenanigan down here. Okay, but we don't we've cut out that iron rod BS. Okay. All right, I think we survived. I think we survived. Oh, we gotta finish our inputs here. Coal is now 917. Iron ore should still be all the iron ore. It's actually a little bit less. That's kind of interesting. And then how much copper ore goes into this? 131.7. Interesting. I guess we needed less steel. That makes sense because we switched from needing the rods to just making more pipe. Makes sense. Robin Donkey, oh my god, I can see you. Rompin', it's been a while. Yeah, I've had my camera for what, a month now or so, maybe 6 weeks. See, I totally plan out several games that are similar, but there is no neat tools like this for them. Glad I know about this tool for Satisfactory. Yeah, there's 2 main tools, and religious wars have begun over the arguments over these 2 tools. I say try them both and figure out which one you like best. But satisfactorytools.com, that's what I like. And then there is one called Modeler, and that is actually a free Steam game. And that one is good. I just felt like I already had a system in place, and I didn't feel like it added. It wasn't the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. for me to relearn how to do all this with Modeler. Does that make sense? That doesn't mean that I think Modeler is terrible. I just think that for me, I already have this. This shit is complicated enough without me learning a new interface, right? And I tried. I gave it a legitimate try on Modeler. I couldn't make it work for me the way that I needed it to replace this, if that makes sense. Okay. Steel frame. Now we're back to it. We still need the same amount of steel modular frames. Okay. Let's do it the opposite way. 5 modular frames. Okay. Where are you? Do I have this recipe? Tell me I have this. I do. 3. So 2 and 1 and 2/3 to make the 5. Okay. Needs to be pulled out of the blueprint that's making heavy encased heavy modular frames, right? Because we're gonna make this 50.667 inside the blueprint that makes the heavy modular frames, but we can't make all of them there because we need 5 to be kind of separated out and built outside of the heavy modular frame blueprint so that we can send that 5 to this guy. It's just 1 1/3, okay? Or 1 2/3. Everything else is gonna go here. So what is that 1 2/3? Okay, so it's 1.6667. And so that's gonna eat up what? Okay, 10 and 2. I hate in I love in Excel just dragging the window. It really drives, it's one of the worst parts about Google Docs here. So 16.67 steel pipe is not going to go to the heavy modular frame. The remaining 185.556 is. Okay, and so all we have to do is we also have that steel pipe. So we just subtract out 16.6667. Wait, no. Plus the 185.5556. There. That's how much steel pipe we're gonna need. Total. I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying. And reinforced iron plate is 3.33. So I haven't even done that yet. So that's going to be not nearly as easy. Rip indeed. Copy. Okay, let's get rid of this. I wanted to make the reinforced iron plates in the system. But I don't think that makes sense. What would I need? I would need another assembler. Another assembler. God, a tiny bit of an assembler too. I could ship this in. I could just bring in iron plates. If I'm gonna do that, then why even do that? Assemblers. Shipping in the iron plate makes sense. Except, no, it doesn't. This is gonna need two times two. That's gonna need times two. Trying to see how many machines I can fit in here. How many did we fit in this? Where are we? Right here. How many did we fit down here? I've already done a version of this. 4 assemblers. 1, 2, 3, 4 constructors. So we do have 8 total buildings under there that fit. We could fit more. All right, we're gonna try it. This is gonna be a tough blueprint to make. We're gonna try. Okay, so we need... Three. Okay. We need 37.11 minus this. We need this much reinforced iron plate total. Okay, so we're gonna do. We'll say it's 2 for now. We may be able to cut that down. Adhered iron plate. Oh, no more iron rods. Get that shit out of here. Did I update the concrete and the steel pipe? Damn it, I can't remember if I did. I think I checked it and it was okay. 139 plus 316. Yeah. Steel pipe. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Adhered iron plate. I have to make that many. All right, let's look at the adhered iron plate. We've done this before. We're just kind of doing a recalc here. That's stitched. Okay. 3.5. So rubber's 1:1. Iron plate's 11.5. 11.25. 3.75. A crazy recipe. 3.75. Rubber's the same. 11.25. Is that what it was? Yeah. Okay, if we need that many. This divided by that. All right, 9. Perfect. Okay. This is great. That means we need for rubber. Remember, it was 1:1. 33.78. Okay. And then why did I write 77? 11. That times that is how much iron plate I need. All right, and to get the iron plate, I don't need 141. I need 101.33. Okay, 101.333. That's how much iron plate I need. Let's look at the coated iron plate. This is basically what you would do in Modeler backwards. 75. Am I just gonna feed in the iron plate? Seems asinine to, I mean, I need a tiny, tiny, tiny amount. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. We're gonna make this iron plate outside of the blueprint. All right, iron plate. It's ridiculous to put in like one. I mean, each of these assemblers to make an iron plate, right? Like, look what we would have to do. Look at this, right? This assembler to make an adhered iron plate. It needs 11.25, 3.75 to get the steeled frame. All right, look at this. It's crazy. All right, so we need 2. Right, and so then this would be 2. That's fine. I don't mind that. And then we need 6 iron plate. We would only need 6 iron plate. So we come here. We need 6 iron plate. Look at that, 8%. I'm not. I'm not building 12 times what I need in terms of machines and underclocking it to 8%. So that's silly, and we're gonna have a hard time fitting it into the blueprint anyway. So instead of making the iron plate in blueprint, we will ship it in, and that actually helps with logistics anyway, because that means we only have to move around one belt of iron plate instead of moving around a bunch of iron ore, copper ore, and plastic to make the iron ingots and the iron plate inside that blueprint. So that is what we're going to do there, and we calced it 101.333. Okay, that one's done. It's done. It's done. We are going to color this red because this has not been made made yet. Everything else is ready, right? We've made up to this point. We've made the steel pipe, we've made the concrete, or it's a pure raw resource. And rubber's being shipped in, so we're treating that like a raw resource. Okay, so this iron plate is unaccounted for. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I need to use a restroom. I've been wanting to finish the heavy modular frame setup forever. But we are going to just run to the restroom real quick. And I always do this, and then we'll be back. Okay, we're only at 6 hours. I've had to go to the restroom twice today. Nice orange. Getting really fast at this. Ooh, yeah, let's do one of these. All right. All right. I will be right back. Hey, Sick. Hey, guys. Sorry, I was totally in the zone there because I have to use the restroom. I can see they both have their advantages. I'll have to tinker and get home from work. Yeah, nice. What makes this tool better than Satisfactory modeling in your opinion? It looks kind of messy. It is messier. It is messier. I will answer that question, Big Meal Tran, when I get back. All right, just give me 2 minutes, guys. Why is this being so fast? Is it being so fast? Oh well. I'll be right back. I usually do it slower. Jeez, it. Okay, I'm back. So what makes it better is that it dynamically changes the inputs for you. And so I can run scenarios very quickly. I can see how much the inputs that are going to take me to do XYZ, and it automates how you get to those to that endpoint. Okay, and Modeler, you have to put in everything yourself. Modeler is not a planner; it's a modeler. Now you can model, you can plan by modeling, but this other tool literally does the planning for you. Now the planning is not very good. Oftentimes you have to massage it, you have to make changes to it, but you can and I don't want to show you because it'll mess up my it'll redo all of the flow chart and stuff. It is messy. It is. Modeler's cleaner because it's a modeler, right? That it's in the name, right? You have to build each one of these yourself. Okay, now that gives you more flexibility, all right, but it takes a shit ton longer. Okay, and now just a few minutes ago, I made a change, right? There was iron rods being made, and it was better to just use a different recipe that didn't use iron rods, but instead used steel pipes, because I was already making the steel pipes and I wasn't making the iron rods, right? And so I just made the change, and then it automatically changed all of the component materials, and it redid the calcs for me. That's the advantage, right? I can run a bunch of various scenarios and quickly look and see how it changes. That's what I like. Now, Modeler, you build it piece by piece, brick by brick. You start over here, and you work backwards, and it does give you more flexibility. But I've also come up with Satisfactory Tools here has come up with combinations that I probably never would have come up with if I was just using Modeler and I was deciding. I like to use Satisfactory Tools for kind of to help get me started. Also, I don't think Modeler does this kind of stuff very well at all. Okay, recycling, and then also the recycled plastic and rubber, I don't think it handles that very well. That's what I've heard. I didn't even get far enough because I realized that I would have to build every single one of these, type in all of this stuff myself, whereas this just does it. You know, it's not always perfect, and I have to massage its output, and I don't really care that it's messy because I'm working, I'm changing. This isn't, it's not a modeler, right? So that's the way I look at it. But you know, for a medium to smaller factory, I do also like how modeler, you can kind of make your factories and then connect them together from like a meta perspective, right? Like the big picture. That was easier in modeler than it is in here for sure. But that wasn't worth it to me because I would have had to build all of this by hand, and then when I have a mistake and I got to change it, I have to do all the changes by hand. And so that's the advantage for me. But again, probably some combination of the two. Like I could definitely see you using this as a planning tool and then going back through and building this all in Modeler so that it was cleaner, but I don't feel the need to do that. Hey, Surplus. Yeah, man, I'd rather just use a calculator if not the tool he's using. Yeah, I don't think Modeler, that's what I'm doing with Excel, right? That is, to me, Modeler does not provide anything that a combination of tools and Excel does not provide. In fact, it provides less. Modeler is better. I disagree. I don't think it is objectively better. It can be subjectively better. It's better for you, and that's valid, but it is not better. And I don't think Satisfactory Tools is better either. I will say that if I was going to make an argument, I would say that objectively, Satisfactory Tools could be better because it provides features that Modeler does not. Now, again, it's not better for you necessarily because maybe you don't care about that feature, right? So it's not better objectively. It can be better subjectively, but that's fine. Okay, where are we at? We've got the heavy modular frames done. Okay, and these pressure conversion cubes. Wait. The fuse modular frames. We're not gonna make a blueprint for these, but they need to be done. So, non-BP jobs. Steel plates, remember? Fused modular frames. I don't think we need a blueprint for this. It's just a combination of the aluminum casing, which we are making a blueprint of, nitrogen gas, and heavy encased frames that we are making a blueprint of, right? And so that means that this actually all goes away. Okay. Modeler is really good. I think one of the reasons Modeler caught on is because Modeler is very, very clean. And so when content creators were trying to explain really, really complicated factories, they put them in Modeler and it looks amazing. It looks so good. I don't deny that. To me, this is a living document and I can adjust it quicker than I can Modeler. Modeler was very tedious to me, and I was trying to, get in there and like figure out the splitters and like figure out, like, I was actually trying to plan. What I was hoping I could do is actually plan my blueprints in Modeler, but it was just not working. If I could have done that, we could be talking. But I was trying to use the splitters and stuff, and at a certain point, if you get so detailed with modeler, I don't know. I'd rather just build the factory. You need to know the recipes. That I don't think so. I don't agree with that. Satisfactory tools is easier to use, whereas modeler, you need to know the recipes and how you want to use it. You need more knowledge about which recipe is better for modeler. That's not true. I don't think that's true. I think there's truth in that, but that's not the reason, right? I think Satisfactory tools is easier to use for a newer player. I agree with you there. But that's not the only reason to use Satisfactory tools. Okay, again, I can run huge simulations of like, hey, what would this factory look like? And I did it. You can go back to the video. I actually put the video out today, the edited version of when I planned this. I put it out literally today. It uploaded. You can go through there, and what I did is I was like, hey, I don't know how much nuclear pasta to make. 10, 20, 30 per minute. I have no idea. Let's see what that looks like. And boom, 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 boom. I was able to just throw 10, 20, 30, 40 nuclear pasta. And then I looked at the raw resource material, I went to the overview and looked at, okay, that's 3,000 machines. Okay, I don't want to do that. You can't do that in Modeler. You'd have to build it out every time. Where here I was able to run simulations of what my factory was going to look like by changing a couple of numbers. And I could see, oh, okay, well, I would need 20,000 bauxite if I wanted to do that. That's ridiculous. That's not going to work. Okay. And so I don't know. I just I don't believe that kind of use case is available in Modeler. So online tool for looking at recipes and refining those, a modeler for backtracking. I would say, I think the best use for modeler is when you have finished planning your factory, you use it to model your factory. Again, it's in the name. And so I don't think modeler is very good as a living document. But when you're done, and when you want something nice and pretty, something that that won't change on you. I mean, I can't even change anything, right? Because all these things will mix up and rearrange themselves. Okay, this is for planning. Modeler is for taking, in my opinion, your finished plan and displaying it. I don't necessarily think that Modeler has any tools in it that I can't do with both of these two things together. And even if I did Modeler, I would still need to pre-plan it. So it doesn't add much to me, except again, factories talking to each other is really nice in Modeler. I think that's good. And of course it looks nice. But yeah, that's my thought. Modeler's more down to earth. It's like saying which is better, a hammer or a saw? Well, sometimes you need a hammer and sometimes you need a saw. I'm building the way that I work. I don't need a saw. Okay, so everything that I do, I can do with a hammer. So I don't need to buy a saw. It doesn't make a saw better or a saw worse. It's a different tool for a different job. I think that people have done a disservice by assuming that Modeler is a planner. It isn't. It is something that you can use to plan, but I don't think it's a planner. Hey, Ken, I'm planning to use a factory, and I don't know which steel recipe to use, solid steel ingot. Well, surplus lover, you better not use Modeler, because you need to have more knowledge about your recipes before you can use Modeler. I'm just messing with you. I like solid steel ingot. Right, you don't need to look up or learn all the ratio numbers by heart with tools. Yeah. Now Modeler does help you with the ratio numbers, but you still have to build it all. And hey, look, right now I'm going through and I'm doing a lot of work here to get tools to where I can build it in the game. Okay, and if I did, I could rebuild this in Modeler, and a lot of this would get answered. I think that that's true. I'm just choosing to do it in Excel because I'm comfortable in Excel, and I have my system in Excel. But either way, I don't think that Modeler replaces Satisfactory tools. What it might do is replace Excel in my use case. By the way, you can definitely input 200 nuclear pasta and get the 240,000 copper ore that's needed, so it can simulate ridiculous numbers. Yeah. But does it show you the entire tree in 3 clicks? Snazzy? I don't think it does. I mean, it's... I'm done. 100 nuclear pasta per minute. Overview. I need 11,000 bauxite. It's all possible. It can be done. That took 20 seconds to do. Everything's built out. We can look and see if this is something that we actually want to do. We can look at the power that it's going to take to do it. 400,000 megawatts. It's going to take 6,000 buildings to make. It's going to take 51,000 water. I mean, Modeler can't do this. It took me 20 seconds. It tells me all the alternate recipes I need. 26 different ones. This, I don't think Modeler replaces Satisfactory tools, and nothing anybody can say will ever change my mind. Sorry. It doesn't replace it. Does it augment it? Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. All my stuff got mixed up. All right. We're progressing here. We're progressing. Find them to be complimentary. Well, that's fine, but you open your conversation with if they were better. Surplus lover. All you technically need is a recipe database and a calculator. Anything beyond is a convenience. Agreed, Sal. I agree. What's great with Modeler is that you can choose exactly what recipe you want to use. You can do the same thing here. Yeah, but you have to build it. Surplus. I'm not gonna keep making my argument. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can say that'll change your mind at this point either. All right, I'm gonna get back to this. I would never tell anybody not to use Modeler. Use what you like. Use what you like. For somebody new, again, somebody new asked, I told them try both. Okay, we're in here. Fused modular frames, and then of course we need the thermal propulsion rockets at the end. None of these first 3 are not going to be in their own blueprint. Okay, and then pressure conversion cubes. The nuclear pasta is also not going to be in there in its own blueprint. All its constituent parts are going to be made in their own blueprints. Okay, and then nuclear pasta. That's not going to be in the blueprint. Okay, I'm just going to line them up and put in the copper power and the pressure conversion cubes, right? Same thing with these 10 assemblers. The fused modular frames and the radio control units are going to be made. We have to plan the radio control unit blueprint. That's going to be a beast of a blueprint. We'll do that in a second. Thermal propulsion rockets. Yes, we're going to make the cooling systems in a blueprint. We're going to make the turbo motors in a blueprint. We are going to make the modular engines in a blueprint. The OC supercomputers are not going to be in a blueprint. So they're going to be down here. The assembly director systems are not going to be in a blueprint. These, the adaptive control units are the magnetic field generators, need versatile frameworks and electromagnetic control rods. What assembler? These are not either. Okay. Neither is the... You still need this flexible framework, by the way. Neither is the flexible framework. Neither is the modular frames for flexible framework. Neither is the, neither is the steel beams. Flexible framework is like all on his own because he's only 1 1/3 manufacturer. I don't need to make a blueprint for that, you know. It's just a hand build. Motors are going to be inside. Well, we have to decide. I think motors can be split up inside these guys' constituent blueprints. I think that makes sense. The rest of this, where do we leave off? Electromagnetic control rod, 1 assembler. We're not making a blueprint for that. AI limiters, same thing. These go to the crystal oscillators. Those go to radio control systems. Just the AI limiters for ECRs. They have to be built outside of a blueprint. It's fine. This is going to be in the modular engine blueprint. That's fine. Adaptive control unit, that has a blueprint. All the rest of this exists inside somebody else's blueprint. I think we've got it. Let's get rid of this. Okay, who's next? Radio control units. This guy, he's going to be a blueprint. Okay, let's come up. Radio control units right here. Surplus lover, should I go cheap silica and pure quartz crystal or quartz purification? I really don't know. Please help. Well, you know what? You could quickly build simulations of those 3 factories inside Satisfactory tools to answer that question for you. I don't know the answer to that. It depends on what materials you have available. It depends on, like where you are on the map. It depends on if you like dealing with, it depends on what tier you're on. Is it quartz purification only in tier 5? So you're gonna have to figure that stuff out, my friend. That's what I would do. I would throw those different scenarios into Satisfactory tools, turn on and off the blueprints that you want to test, and see what it looks like. See what makes more sense for you in your situation. I don't know what every person's situation is. I can't give you a fish. I can show you how to fish a little bit. Okay, radio control systems. Okay, the aluminum casing. Turbo motors. Turbo motors. Ooh, turbo motors. So I think we moved turbo motors out of a blueprint into this. And instead of making turbo motors, we make motors. We do a motor blueprint. I think that makes the most sense. I don't usually do pure quartz crystal because for me, I don't like dealing with the extra water if I can help it. I don't care that it takes more crystal. There's plenty of crystal on the map for my size of factory. I'd rather not deal with the water. You can tell using fluids has given me PTSD. Okay. All right, this is going to be. I think we're through the hardest part. Radio control units. $660 aluminum casing. $33. Okay. We have to make everything else. No, not the rubber. 330 rubber. You're coming in easy and clean. We got to make the crystal oscillators, and we got to make the circuit boards. And we're making them in Blueprint. It's going to be tough. We're going to need a foundry. Okay, more rubber. We're already bringing in rubber. I like that. Okay. Okay, we're going to do it. Manufacture. Insulated crystal oscillator. And foundry. Fused quartz crystal. Okay, and to do this, we need raw quartz. Oops. And coal. 152.78 and 73.3333. Oop, 33333 coal. Okay, that handles the quartz crystal. We already got the rubber coming in, so we need 330 rubber plus the rubber that we need here. That's 77. So we'll change this into 330 plus 77. This handles the rubber for both the actual radio control unit itself, plus the rubber that we need to make the crystal oscillators for the radio control unit. Now, AI limiters. Two assemblers for all the AI limiters? No. No, I'm not doing it. All AI limiters. Okay, we'll ship that shit in. We'll make. I'm not including it in a blueprint. This blueprint is beastie enough as it is, which means that we're done. Maybe. No, we're not. But close. So AI limiters. How many do we need? 11. Okay, that handles the crystal oscillators. We have one more thing to make, and that's the circuit boards. 20 circuit boards. Probably two of them. At least. Shit, it's actually probably three of them. And I was thinking we ship in quick wire everywhere. I was thinking we make the quick wire as its own blueprint, actually. That's less to move around. I want to immediately turn it into ingots. At least turn it into ingots. It would be better to turn it into ingots. I mean, that's still under 780. Do the ore. I mean, that's going to be... Plastic's fine. And by the way, we only need 110. Okay, we only need 110. Okay, so it's probably two. All right, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna ship in the circuit boards. We're gonna make. We need circuit boards in a lot of places. Circuit boards have to go to 3 places. Okay, so we're gonna make a circuit board blueprint. All right, it's 20 assemblers. That is deserving of its own blueprint. That means that we need 110 of them only, and that may otherwise this blueprint is getting already out of control. It already has 6 inputs. 6 different kinds of inputs, and it's gonna have 5 machines in it. Oh, that's plenty. All right, we gotta offload the work to make these circuit boards into its own blueprint. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and do that one next. Okay. $250 plastic. We'll do all the quick wire. 750 quick wires worth of constructors. What's our quick wire print look or recipe look like? Also, what I like to do is use the normal aluminum solution recipe and combine that with pure aluminum in the smelter to keep all the silica byproduct it produces. Oh, that's... I usually use the byproduct, so that's interesting. But then you have to make it anyway, right? What am I trying to do? Quick wire. We get 60. 12 gets us 60. Okay, we need 750. So 750. $12.5. Okay, what did I say? 12 gets us 60. Is that what I said? Yes. $150. Caterium ingots. This is cat ingot. And then what are we? Just the smelter. Just the smelter. Where are you, smelter? 45 gets us 15. This divided by that, and this, sorry, times that. Okay, this is cat ore. All right, so we need 450 cat ore. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. I think I've messed up. Doesn't seem like enough. $750 quick wire. Need to make 12.5 constructors. Oh no, that does seem like enough. Because this quick wire stator that is going freaking everywhere. These guys are gonna get spread out, I think. This quick, yeah. No, we're definitely doing circuit boards. We're okay. Let's split these up. Let's do this all at once, okay? Let's make a little let's do this right. Let's start over. Let's make a little table. Let's make it down here. Okay, Caterium. No, quick wire split. Okay, we're gonna go with use, amount, ingots, and ore. Okay, we need some quick wire for circuit boards. We need some quick wire for a cable. We need some quick wire for AI limiters. We need some quick wire for quick wire stators. Stators. By the way, do I have that one? That one is not very familiar to me. I do. Okay, what's the amount? Circuit boards, we need 750. The cable, we need 158.182. The AI limiters, we need 225. And the stators, we need 1020. Can I build foundation circle in a 5x5 blueprinter, or should I only use it for 90 degree? You can use you can build the beginning of a circle in a 5x5 blueprinter. I did it in a 4x no, I did it in a 5x5. I used them here. I used the start of it, at least. Oh, he's not here anymore. I deleted him. Which one was he? I didn't name him. It was this one. This isn't a 5x5. This is the beginning of a circle. So I did it in a 5x5. I just made a straight 2-line rail track and I can't figure out how to make a turn. For that, well, I do trains probably a little differently than you. Sorry. Double-click that one, didn't I? This is how I do a turn. There's my turn right there. Then you can delete it. Another turn. Rebuild these. Instant 3-way. So that's how I do it. I don't build the intersection. I build the support, and I let the other stuff be what it will be. Yeah, I hear you. You got your style. That's fine. That's fine. I like those eyebrows there, Marcus. Okay, where were we? Where were we? We were splitting this out. Okay. So, what was it? 12 and a half get you 60? No. I can't remember. 12 gets you 60. I was close. Okay, so we do this divided by 60 times 12. All right, and then 15 gets you 45. No, 45 gets you 15. Don't mix that up, dummy. So divided by 15 times 45. Okay, add this up. Please tell me it's the total amount of Caterium ore that my calculator says I need. 1291. Caterium ore. No. So, okay. Because we need some ingots for the Caterium wire. Okay, that's good. What about this? Did this add up correctly? 430.636? Yes, it did. Okay, so we're still on track here for the quick wire I did get it right. I just missed this Caterium wire that is needed for the rotors. That's fine. Okay. Okay, so we need 450 ore. That's what we were trying to get to up here. Circuit boards. 450 cat ore. I got it right. Okay, good. We're making circuit boards. We're making a circuit board blueprint. Right here. We got the 250 plastic. We got the Caterium ore. Okay, I think this is it. We're done with... Those are the only two inputs. We need an assembler. We need Caterium circuit board to make circuit boards. And we're going to make 175 of them per minute. Okay, and then we're going to need probably, what's this ratio? Probably 2 to 1 ish. So constructor times 2. Quick wire. And then probably another 2 to 1 smelter. Cat ingot. All right, that's 5 machines in one blueprint. That's plenty. You know, we could fit more, but that's plenty. And this may end up being 3 and 3. It may end up actually being 7. Okay, that one's done. Circuit boards are done. The circuit boards feed in here. I didn't finish writing it. Circuit boards. Okay. Control units are done. Circuit boards are done. What's next that we're working down the line? Radio control units. All right, our pressure conversion cubes are finished. We've got the fuse modular frames and the radio control units done. What a beast. Let's move on next to the cooling devices. Cooling systems, yes. You are next indeed. We need 396 nitrogen gas, and we're gonna need a blender making a cooling device recipe, making cooling system, and we need how many? We need 33. Okay, what else do we need? We need heat sinks. Those we have to make in-house. That's totally fine. We need an assembler. We've already making the aluminum casing in another blueprint. Heat sink. And we need the input of aluminum casing. We need 198, and we need rubber. Uh, 198. Okay, nice. Heat sinks are done. Motors. We're gonna pre-make the motors. This is actually a really easy blueprint. In fact, it is kind of yelling at me to not actually even be a blueprint. I'm not even gonna make it a blueprint. The aluminum casing are going to be done. The rubber's done. We'll just do this. We're not even going to make this into a blueprint. We're going to do cooling device and heatsink for cooling device. Sorry, cooling system. Okay. It's not even worth it to make a complicated blueprint when it only has 2 machines. I just don't think so. It only has 3 inputs. It's not worth it to me to design a big old blueprint for that. Next is motors. Motors is going to be a bit of a beast because of the backlog here. $105. $105. Hey, Marcus. I mentioned the R word. It's R word. You're refusing to use train spirals and roundabouts? I like train spirals. I don't really like roundabouts because I think that most intersections can be done faster and more simply without using path signals in most cases. I've done a train spiral like this. I mean a train blueprint like this. In my update 8 save. It's very cool. It's very awesome. I wish you luck. I only did splits. I did not do roundabouts. Oh, ratio. Yeah. I only did splits. I did 3-way splits. Because you're right, it doesn't work. So I did stuff like this. Right, here's my double line. I just did this. And I never did any 4-ways. Don't do 4-ways. I would not do a roundabout with that complicated of a setup. Not to get the structure right. The only way that you could possibly do it is if you basically built a train junction box, like a big old box, and then you had your blueprints meet up on each side of the box like this, and then you hand built your roundabout like this inside your junction box. That would be, and then you do connections like this, probably, right? Yeah, this would be this is how I would do it, but I would not blueprint this. It's going to be too big. You're going to have to build it by hand. I would honestly limit where you have 4-way junctions of this. Maybe just do 1. I did something very, very similar to what you have not in style but in function, and I didn't do this because it was too much work. I limited myself to 3-way junctions only. And a 4-way junction can be 2 3-way junctions pretty easily, right? Instead of doing it like this, put it in over here. Look, you have 2 3-way junctions and 0 4-ways. That's what I would do. But it can be done. Ken, what's the easiest way for me to balance belts? How many belts to how many belts? Marabou. How many to how many? Motors are going 3 places. These damn stators, man. They're gonna doing something silly. All right, I'm gonna do it. I've decided I'm going to do the silly thing. That puts a third thing in there. Oh, okay. All right. Let's go back. All right. I think we're gonna do this. And it's because motors need to go 3 places, stators need to go 3 places, and rotors need to go 2 places. That's why I'm doing this. I'm not going to do a motor blueprint. I'm going to do a separate stator, one for stators and one for rotors, instead of combining them, because it will make the logistics a lot more simple, I think. All right. We need 16.5 motors. They're 2 to 1. So we need 33 of each. That puts it over the line for me to make this into a blueprint. Okay, and then we're making stators and rotors into a blueprint, and they can go where they need to go. They won't be stuck as a component part of somebody else's blueprint. Stators first. Okay, the steel pipe. Then we can make all the stators here, 272. Steel pipe. And then actually, those components are already made, right? No. Okay. Good. We're not pre-making the quick wire. Cat or quick wire cable. Sorry, not the cable, the stators. Yep, 272, and then Caterium ore for the stators. We already calculated that down here. 204, 612 Caterium ore. Okay. We need an assembler, a constructor, and a smelter. Probably actually 2 of each. And make 17 of these things. Okay. Quick wire. Stator. And we need not 17, 136 stators per minute. And then the constructor, quick wire, and Caterium ingot. Okay, steel pipe. We good? Yes. Okay. It's a simple blueprint, but we're gonna make quite a bit of them, so it makes sense to blueprint it. I think. All right, quick wire stator. Let's do the rotor. Where's the rotor? Steel rotor. There's 23 of these. Okay. So steel pipe, and then we'll make the wire in-house. Okay, so another steel pipe here. $230 steel pipe. Our factory runs off steel pipe. And 15. Okay, we're making Caterium wire. So it is constructor and Caterium ingot. But it's probably just one of each. We might actually double this up, because we can fit all this. I probably will actually. It's actually still one, even if we double it up. We're definitely going to double this up. Something like this. Wire. And Caterium ingots. Actually, it's probably like this. How much Caterium ingots? What's our smelter get us? We're shockingly close here, guys. It probably doesn't feel it. 45 gets us 15. We need 86.25. So that's going to be that divided by 15 times 45, 258, 258 Caterium cat ore. Okay. 258.75. Okay. Motors, stators, rotors. Okay, modular engines. Hey, Tiffany. Welcome. You're not even using three-way junctions where tracks ever cross over each other instead of building overhead turnarounds and high traffic areas. I agree. I use flyovers. I don't even like junctions like that anymore. That's why I switched to this lighter, I'm not going to show you, but that lighter train setup because it allows for flyovers or unders. And so you don't have to worry about pass signals. I don't like them crossing either. What's the easiest way for me to balance belts? So Marabou, like 8 to 8. So you have 8 and you want them rebalanced evenly to another 8. So 8 in, 8 out. Is that what you're asking, Marabou? Marbu, let me know. Check this out. So these rotors go to the modular engine in two different ways, through the motors and through the smart plating. So that's good. I'm glad we split it out the way we did. That's a bonus for us, because we already have rotors made. Stators do the same thing? They don't. Plastic can come in. All right, we got to do turbo motors, right? Turbo motors, you said we were going to make down here, right? We already have the cooling systems made. We already have the radio control systems made. Did I not put them in? It's 2 manufacturers, guys. So we're gonna make them out of pocket here. It's like 3 assemblers and 2 manufacturers. I don't need a blueprint for that. That's insane. I'm not going to do it. Turbo motors. We have all the constituent pieces for turbo motors. They're done. Modular engines are next. Okay. All right. Modular engines. We have to. Let's do manufacture. Modular engine, and we're going to be making modular engines. And we need to make 10. Okay, so now inputs, rotors and stators. We need 20 motors, and isn't it half? So 40 and 40. 40 and 40. Rotors, stators, and we need an assembler making motors. Okay, that's half. The rubber is 150 rubber in. We're shipping that in. And then we just needed the smart plating. Okay. We need a manufacturer. Making smart plastic. Smart plating. Okay, the plastic. 30 per minute. Ten more rotors, plus this 50, plus this 40. So we'll go 40 plus 10. Okay, and then we need 10 reinforced iron plate. So we need another assembler making reinforced iron plate. Am I doing the reinforced iron plate up here for somebody already? Haven't done it yet. It's magnetic field generator. I think we make them in-house. It's fine. We just need a foundry. We need copper ore, iron ore, a foundry, plastic, and an assembler. It's not very much. No, the iron plate. Oh, no. That's what we did. That's what we did. Shipped in the iron plate. Where do we do that? Right here. Here to iron plate. The heavy modular frames. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're shipping in the iron plate. That's right. We got it. So, how much iron plate do we need for 10 reinforced iron plate? I remember now. Why do you have to suck? I'm just gonna do this on my calculator. 3.75. I'm sorry, 10 divided by 3.75. We need 2.6 times 11.25. 30. It sucks. 30 iron plate. Oh, we already have that reinforced iron plate. Oh, this is adhered iron plate. I was wondering why my oil rig doesn't have. Sorry, Tabby and Surplus Lover 69 to 70. What are you guys talking about? You guys were answering me, I think, but I lost the, I don't know what you were referring to, and 78. Sorry, the delay on YouTube is really long. By the time I see your answer, even if I see it immediately, it's really hard for me to connect exactly where that was. I apologize. I was wondering why my oil rig doesn't have 100% uptime. Turns out I needed an extra train. Thanks, Kin. Yeah, an extra train, an extra brain. We could all use one of those, I think. Greetings, Rock and Ron, from Olsinj, Montenegro. Everyone is nabbing, so I get to catch a live stream on my phone. Nice. Well, we're just here trying to put a little bit of organization to this chaotic factory here. This is for sure an end game factory. It's maxing out my brain. Okay, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna finish the planning of this. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna get to any actual design work. I wanted to, but we needed to do this chopping out of this into digestible pieces, and that's what we're doing over here on the left. I'm not going to read that out loud, Surplus. Okay, so adhered iron plate, 30 plastic, 30 iron plate. I lost my place. Where were we? We're making smart plates. Right here. We got the rotors. We got the reinforced iron plate. We're done. Okay, that is modular engines. Next, adaptive control units. Is this the last one? Yeah, because we're gonna make all of this field, this versatile framework shit by hand. We'll have some modular frames that we'll build by hand. Yeah, this is the last blueprint. This is it. All right, maybe we'll design one, maybe we'll discuss the design and set our parameters for the design. Adaptive control units, okay. Well, let's start off with, we're making circuit boards, right? Yes. So let's start off with how many circuit boards? 25. And we need, what is this? What is this? I wasn't touching the keyboard. Circuit boards, manufacture, adaptive control unit, and then we're outputting adaptive control unit, and we need 5 per minute. Okay, a heavy modular frame. Did we made a blueprint for heavy modular frame, right? Yes. So we're not making those in-house. Okay. Now we got to make the automated wiring and the computers in-house. Okay, computers, easy. Well, no, not easy. Yes, well, okay, let's do the automated wiring first. Okay, so we're gonna need an assembler, 2 assemblers, assembler times 2. Actually, we're gonna do manufacturer at a half. That's what we're gonna do to make sure that this fits. So assembler, making automated wiring, and we need 25 stators, and we're gonna need 2 assemblers to the 1 assembler. Probably this is just a ballpark to make sure that I don't have 17 machines in one blueprint. Okay. We'll fine tune this when we actually build it. Quick wire, rubber. The rubber comes in, okay, because we're trying to get the cable. We got the stators. We need the cable for the automated wiring. We're gonna make quick wire cable. We can get the rubber in. 105.5 rubber. Okay, and now our quick wire setup is up here. But what are our numbers for the cable? Is this all the cable? It is. This is all the cable. See, they converge inside. Some cable goes to automated wiring, some goes to computers, but both of those things go to the same place. So we're going to be making all the quick wire cable that we need in the same blueprint. Okay, so 158, we did this math. We need 94.9 iron ore. I mean, cat. And that'll get us our quick wire and our ingots. This is a lot of machines. This one we'll have to watch. Just make sure that we can fit everything. That's the, but we still need the computers. Now we got to bring in the plastic. 25 circuit boards plus 40 circuit boards. That's nice. Okay, because again, circuit boards here, right? there's two lines of it, but they're converging here, just like the cable was. Okay, and then 160 plastic. This is a beast. I'm a little worried about this one. I'm not sure. We'll try. If we have to split it up, how would we split this up? We'd probably make computers off-site, or maybe that kind of defeats the purpose. I don't know. Maybe we'll make it fit. We'll make it fit. How about that? We'll do a 25. We'll do a 0.25 manufacturer, and we'll just make 20 of them. I would probably actually do that. I would probably do that. So then we don't have to double up on some of these things. And then we need another manufacturer. 0.5. Computers. This is a beast. This is the scariest one so far. It's the one that we did at the end. This handles everything though. The Caterium ore for the quick wire. The plastic gets shipped in straight. No, sorry, the rubber gets shipped in straight. That makes the cable. The plastic gets shipped in straight here. The circuit boards get shipped in because we made those separately. The automated wire, the stators get shipped in separately. The cable gets made in-house, but we're already making that. We already talked about that. And then again, the circuit boards get shipped in. So that is definitely a beast. And that adaptive control unit is going to head to the assembly director system and be made in a side hustle. So this is it. We have completed the task that we've been working on for like 3 hours. Let's take a closer look. So what we have done is we have identified, that we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different, 11, 12 different blueprints in our factory. And then in addition to those blueprints being made in the factory, we have all of these separate jobs, 16 other separate little jobs that need to happen. Some of them are bigger than others, but they don't, for whatever reason, deserve to be in their own blueprint. All right, Surplus, have a good night. Shouldn't computers come from the computer factory? Is that a weird thought? So none of these factories over here produce any extra, and they were not designed to produce any extra for these phase 4 space elevator parts, except for the rubber and the plastic. That is the only thing, and that is because I didn't want to have to redo the oil production. Everything else, it was always designed to be a separate system of factory parts over here. Does that make sense? For good or ill, that has been my plan from the beginning. So, Nitty, I would have had to make a much bigger factories over here in order to supply all of the items needed over here. I think it's just better if it's going to be made in the phase 4 space elevator parts. It needs to be made over here in its own factory. That's just how I chose to do it. You could absolutely have made a shit ton of extra of everything and then be like, oh, well, I'm making 200 computers, so who cares? Just bring them over. That is also a very acceptable way of tackling this problem. It's just not what I did. With the exception of plastic and rubber, because they require a power plant to be produced. Darko Donnie, hi. How do you define a goal, a final goal? On my second mega factory, I tried to aim for 1 ballistic warp drive. Yeah, Nitty, for sure. Yeah, so part of it is I wanted to do something that wasn't easy, but also not something that took me 6 months to build. And so I ended up going with 4 per minute. I felt like that was a middle ground. 1 per minute, I think, would have been a little bit too easy for me. but I think 1 per minute is perfectly acceptable for a first time playthrough. I'm not judging. You know, that's what one manufacturer's worth. It's not easy. Look at this freaking factory. This isn't even for the ballistic warp drive. This is for the phase 4 space elevator parts, right? The nuclear pasta, the thermal propulsion rocket, the assembly director system, and the magnetic field generator. And then I have all of phase 5 into this one, which is just as complicated. And I'm porting in the rubber and the plastic, and the magnetic field generators, and the nuclear pasta, and the thermal propulsion rockets, and the assembly director systems, right? And so when we make our ballistic warp drives, I've already porting in the thermal propulsion rockets from the factory that I've been working on designing today, right? And so really, what I've been working on all day is really just part 1. This is part 1 of a 2-part factory, because all 4 of these parts, nuclear pasta, thermal propulsion rockets, assembly directors, magnetic fields, are all going to be shipped over to part 2, which will happen in phase 5. And this is the Arasaka Tower. So Donnie Darko, I think 1, totally fine. That's all you need to win the game. If you're trying to challenge yourself, 2, 4, 6 would be very challenging. I felt like 4 was a middle ground. But it's not a good, is the ballistic warp drive a good final product? No, you need 4 to beat the game. There's 4 final, nuclear pasta. There's 4 of them. Nuclear pasta gets used twice. Biochemicals, sculptors, ballistic warp drives, and AI expansion servers. These 3 right here, you need them to beat the game. At least 1 per minute, and then you gotta wait. They're the phase 5 space elevator parts. They are the win condition to beat the game. Okay, here's what I want to do, guys. I want to build vertical factories, and I want to make them so that they're modular. Any of them can stack, vertical blueprints, and they're modular, so any of them can stack on any others. Gonna do glass. Let's pick an easy one. Or should we pick a hard one? How's my time? I'm at almost 8 hours. How do I feel? I feel good. What are my responsibilities tomorrow? By tomorrow, I mean today. I have to be up. Six hours. And functional. I tasted God mode with super fast fly mode. I don't want to go back. Is that a crime? It's not a crime. Play the game the way you want to play. All right, let's talk about design choices today. Let's not actually design a factory. All right. I'm tempted to use all glass foundations. And we light. Did I do a blueprint? Did. What was that? Thank you for the follow, Darko. Appreciate it. So what I'm trying to do right now is not necessarily design the first blueprint, but come up with the dang it. Can't remember if I yeah, okay. Come up with the design parameters that all of these will share. Okay. I have to think what was my count? Like 12 or 13 or something different blueprints, right? They're all going to have the same starter structure. Really? Two? Two's probably fine. May need to do a refinery version and a non-refinery version because refineries are so crazy. This is a double manufacturer. Do we have a blender and a manufacturer? That's a double manufacturer. That's a double manufacturer. Are there any blenders in here? I think yes. Cooling system. That's an easy one. That's not a problem. It's the double manufacturers. Can I fit two on? What? Guys, I'm trying not to be dramatic here, but something's really wrong. In no way should that happen. The power storages are being drained. I just had something flip. I mean, I see all these over here working just fine. What the hell is going on? These are all red. Oh my God. Like, this is really bad. This should all be... Do I have a train jam? Did I get some sort of weird combination of trains that have jammed the whole system? Yes? What the hell is this? What is going on? This is basically the worst thing that could possibly happen. Are they jammed all the way down? It just keeps getting worse. Well, this is horrifying. Let me do this. I have an emergency set up here. I think this works. Gold Coast Turbo Fuel. Gold Coast Fuel. Plastic and rubber. Gold Coast Main Power. That might help. It's not connected anymore. No, they're not unpowered, they're jammed. This is the cause. This is the cause. This isn't the effect. This is the cause. This is a bad train design down here, train station design down here. I didn't realize it until after I'd built it. But I have there's no room for error, and I didn't do this in the update 8 one, but I just didn't, for whatever reason, think about it when I built this train station set down here, and it's biting me in the ass today. It still doesn't make sense. To crash. I didn't get I was tabbed out or something. It crashed. I must have been tabbed out. I didn't see the crash. He just... What I should have done is there should be space for an entire train between each train station and the line from which they're splitting. That it's a huge mistake on my part. Because I guarantee what happened was one train was just a little bit late pulling in, and this train is coming tearing down the hill, and if he just had a little bit of room to sit, it would have been fine. Yeah, it's a 50-mile train jam. It jams all the way up the spiral, up into the top. Let's see how bad power is right now. I have 35 minutes of power left. It's time to build some more power storage. I'll tell you that right effing now. I can also do this. This will help. Not there, stupid. I didn't see the train crash. I was tabbed out working in the, I didn't hear it. Should turn my damn game sound up a little bit, maybe. It's gonna get worse before it gets better. Wait, we're charging. We're charging. We're charging. Sorry, we're not draining, we're charging. We're charging because I turned on the other factory. The emergency factory. Okay, sorry. We're not draining. Charging. Well, we'll see if my train station up there, or my power station up there, is robust enough to rebalance itself. It was working perfectly. So we'll see. We'll see if what I've made can jumpstart itself. Rebuild is the only option. There is no really easy option, unfortunately. There's not enough room. There's just not enough room. And how this, I'm not gonna redo it for the train stations. There's all this pipe work. I'm not redoing this. I'm not gonna do it. What would I do instead of that? What could I do? Could I do anything else? Is there anything else I could do without moving these? I could split them earlier. I could split this one earlier. So I could, okay, so I could do this one. I could do this one actually right now. Okay. That actually probably would have stopped it from happening. It's a little ugly, but technically, I think it would have worked. And can we continue this? I actually think we can. Well, maybe not though, because I don't think this guy can turn any tighter. Yeah, no, he can't turn any tighter. Great, and now I've broken it. This is really great. Good job, Kin. You've broken everything. Is the pass signal? This stupid thing. That actually probably would have solved my the one issue. I could do a split and run this guy up and then drop him down into there. I could do that. That at least pulls 2 out of 6 out of this split fiasco that I've made for myself. How would I fix this if I really had to? I'd probably leapfrog the train lines down, give myself a little bit of space, and then do split offs on each side. That's probably what I would do. I just want to make sure this little split I made works. Good. Oh, this is not what I planned on doing at the end of this stream. The only problem is the first station. It is the worst offender, but it's not the only problem. If this guy, I think it's just because he's first. To be honest, I'm not sure why it crashed. It should stop. It should be a temporary stoppage. I'm not sure why it blew through the signal. Right? Because it can stop. Just like it did. Dude, I'm not in the mood. Don't tempt me. Right, like if there's a blockage, it should just stop. Do the station itself, not the loading docks. This one I wouldn't really be able to leapfrog. Turn the station around. Turn the station around. Make it one block from the top to the bottom. That's... trying to think through the implications of that. I like that idea. I like the potential of that idea. How many times have I flown right past this? I can't make it all the way. It's too far. It's too big. But I can definitely make it bigger than what I have. What if I do... this section, so it has time to stop on this flat side. Alright, what if you're one section? This may slow down the overall network a little. If it does, it's probably temporary. Stops on the flat. It'll be easier to stop. And then we do every other one on the way up. So everybody has guaranteed a little bit more space coming down. What do you think? Yeah, I like using the flat spot. I don't know exactly what it takes for a train to stop at a stop signal, but it's clear to me that it needed more than I gave it. Alright, everything else can stay. Alright, crisis averted. We have an entire power, fuel plant that is on emergency standby. Now, do we have any backups up here? We have one brewing. How bad is this? This is not what I wanted to do at the end of the stream, but this could have gone way worse. I had a train crash that I didn't know about, and it caused every single one of my trains to back up. And my entire power structure, everything in the city is dependent on this train line. That's sort of the challenge that I made myself. That's why it's up, you know, everything comes through this train line. And yet that train line completely stopped because I had a crash that I didn't hear because I was tabbed out working in some factory planning. I did hear the power shut off and my emergency power generator kick on. So it's just a plain old train crash. And then I made some changes to try to reduce the chances of said train crash having it again. Simrian, I'm not gonna do it equals I haven't accepted that I'm gonna do it yet. Maybe. There are some half measures that I'm still willing to try. I do think that block change should prevent that from happening. The cost, right, of that changing the block sizes at the end there down the hill is that my overall network may slow down. It may not, but it might slow down. But is that worth making sure I don't have a train crash? Probably. But Simrian, you're not wrong. Yeah, I was a little scared. Let's head up here. And let's take a look. I want to see the power network. Oh, I guess there's one right here. Yeah, so our power's way up now. This was in the gutter. Let's go ahead and flip off the emergency power grid. Gold Coast. Boom, 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 boom. So that will slowly shut down because there's still going to be fuel in the pipes that is going to be used up by the fuel generators. So that should slowly shut down as our other factory slowly builds up. Actually, I want to go check it over here. Let's just go over here. Yeah, well, all my factories got reset in terms of their loading. Where did I cut in? I dropped down into this in an emergency fashion. right here. I was just like, I gotta get down there. All right, plastic and rubber flowing again. Nature's healing. Nature's healing. This is good. This is good. Lots of rubber and plastic. This is very good. Okay, we're working our way down. Okay, all right. I can accept this. That one's pretty much done. That one is most of the way done. Okay, all right. How's our global indicator here for power? Wow. That's really good. Okay, so this makes me feel really, really good. That we're already back to this close of green lights. How fast are we? We just hit this one. No fuel. Yeah, okay. So we're barely turning on here. Let's drop down. Let's check our the main blueprints that we have. All green lights. All green lights. That's all we can ask for. They're obviously not at 100% yet because they haven't averaged out since we got them flowing again. But all green lights is all we can really ask for. There's a yellow. Okay. It's green now. See the last in the line here of something. Oil, most likely. Yeah, oil. See. Yeah, it's probably just manifolding. I'm not gonna worry about anything right now on this. We're just gonna, we gotta give it time to settle back in. That was pretty scary. I was trying not to like overly freak out, but I kind of did actually. I hate that stupid bug. This is not what I wanted to do at the end of the stream. McGrath, good afternoon, Kin in chat. Yeah. You too. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not going to be ready to go to sleep anytime soon. All right. Can we fit two This is where we were when we have to stop. Can we fit two manufacturers on this? Yes. Okay. This is all very, very doable. I want the manufacturers on top. Who's taller, a manufacturer or a blender? Blender. How much space do we need? $16. Plus 16. Don't need a plus. Because this is going to provide the light for the one beneath him. One, two, three, four. Four times four, right? One, two, three, four. Except for the refinery. The refinery guys are going to be their own special project. I think the aluminum casing and the copper powder are the only places that need refinery. Stewie Brown, thank you for the follow on Twitch. The Lumen command you show on YouTube short is nice. Finally looks way better now again at your set. I'm glad. I'm glad that you found that helpful in the YouTube short. Did I find the use for the vertical splitters mergers? We're doing that. So instead of building my my blueprinted factory designs like this, and the bus going this way, I'm gonna stack them on top of each other and have the bus go this way. Does that make sense? And I'm gonna stack them up into this building, and they're all gonna be modular. Every single blueprint that I make is gonna have the same four supports here. Ascon, listen, don't take what I'm doing as a judgment against what you're doing. I'm doing stupid stuff because I want to flex and feel good about myself. All right, and be entertaining, right? But that and to challenge myself. Don't feel like you're playing Satisfactory wrong because your save doesn't look like this. Okay, this is only a measure of what Satisfactory is capable of, not an indictment on what any individual is doing in their own save. Okay, and I'm serious about that. It's a big deal. Okay. There's no blueprint that has both a refinery and a manufacturer in it. So we're going to have a refinery base that is basically these two. Am I using any mods? I'm using 2 mods. One is extra inventory space, as it's just easier for me as a streamer to not worry so much about like what I have in my inventory all the time. And then I use a mod to control the sky, so I can do pretty skies, like, you know, like this. Okay. Now the rest of this, there are some special settings that I have in my game, but I don't have any other mods. Okay. No particle accelerator. Who's the tallest? I'm just wondering, can I fit another floor in here? No. We'll just have extra room for pipes and stuff. Let's actually split the difference, I think. Should I? Should I? Should I? No. Most of why this save looks the way it does is because of my egregious use of signs. There are some, like I said, some special settings that are helping as well. Phase 4 space elevator part. Let's shorten this. Phase 4 space elevator part. P4 step. P4 step. No refinery base. Base blueprint for space elevator for phase for space elevator part factory that does not use any refineries. Up to 2 manufacturers or blenders. BP Mark II. Concrete pillar. Select color. Let's do set directory. It's in the cyberpunk city. They're the purple ones. We're gonna have a lot. We're gonna have a lot. Let's do a new category. Phase for space elevator part factory. Base blueprints. Add blueprint there. We'll go with the teal. We'll go with the purple. Save. Okay, now how tall is a refinery? 32. So he needs 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're just gonna cut this. We're just gonna cut this floor off. What do they need? Constructors, assemblers. Yeah, let's just cut the floor. Okay, those are our 2 starting points. Next stream, we are going to start with those, and we're going to start designing our 12 blueprints. Let me show you kind of how I envision these to work. Now, this first floor here is going to be a garage, but let's pretend this first floor is up about right there, and we have the radial design. What I want to do is set them like this. Okay. 4 or 5, however many we get to fit. And then we go up, 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 up. And then in front, we make a separate blueprint that is our bus lines that follow them up. That's my vision. Okay. And these will hug the outside wall, by the way. Those were way too close to the inside. They'll hug the outside wall. But that's where I'm trying to get to. And that's why I'm gonna design the blueprints to look like that. 5 hours, I know. And I have like 2 hours of stuff to do before I can go to bed. We're shutting her down. We're done. I need an awesome spot for. I know what I need. I know what I need. I need a brand new live stream. We need a brand new, sick looking. Let me build this out. We're gonna take a picture from this side. We need a new live stream key blueprint. I mean thumbnail, because we have finished these 4 towers. The exterior, at least. And in order to do that, we have to load in advanced gaming. But we're gonna keep going here. Let's save this. I'll show you guys how to do this. I'm just gonna temporarily load this up. That was stream 116, ladies and gentlemen. So it's just a matter of digging through all the awesome shops, etc. I do a lot of sign work, and there's other stuff too. There's a lot of build techniques that don't come naturally, I guess you could say. That aren't, you know, but you just keep playing and learning new things and little tricks, and then start to put them together in a way that you find you know, exciting. I don't care about that. All right, so we're gonna load what I just saved, but we're going to load it with the advanced game settings turned on. So that we can fly. I need to be able to fly very far away from the city to get the shot that I want. Crap, there's something that I want to do in one of my mobile games, and I have 8 minutes to do it. We're gonna take this shot, and then I'm shutting her down. I slept a lot today. I stayed up late Friday night, but I slept most of today. I felt pretty good, actually. And then, like I said, I went and I fixed my grandmother's TV between dinner and stream start. I was kind of rushing around. All right, what's the current color? Is it pink? The current live stream. What is it? Let's do. I don't even know what the current one looks like. Yeah, it's pink and purple. All right, let's do an orange one. All right, let's advanced game settings, flight mode, and let's go morning orange. Turn that off. Pretty good. See if I can get to where I can see the aluminum factory between yeah. We can't see that fourth factory over there. We kind of do some top-down action here. And getting to where I can see all my factories is not easy. Straight down the middle is kind of cool, actually. I should have put the spiral in the middle and put that on the edge. That would have been a lot better aesthetically. Straight down the middle is pretty cool. All right, I like this. Let's play with the light. Ooh, do we go black? Oh, shit. I think we have to. We have to. It's so good. It's so good. Little bit of angle. I can't get any further. I'm moving my body. Too far to see the lights. Yeah, kin towers are built. The exteriors are built. I think this is our boy. I need to check something before I... know for sure. I'm out of time, aren't I? I'm done, guys. We're gonna save this as a for pictures only VOD 16 in case I need more pictures, and we're gonna raid. We're all done here, crap, I used up all my time. We're gonna raid somebody playing Satisfactory. Likes on the VODs would be amazing. Same category. Anybody that I know, anybody that I'm following. Nobody that I'm following is playing Satisfactory. Techno Ted. I don't know anything about this guy. We're gonna raid him. All right, guys, really appreciate it. I have 20 seconds left to do this thing, so I'm just gonna do that real quick, and then after that, I will shut down the stream. Raid starting now. Again, likes on the VOD, the live stream would be amazing. Really appreciate it. All right, my time is up. I got a couple of the things I needed to get done before I ran out of time. We're out of here. Really appreciate it, you guys. And I'll see you guys Tuesday night for more Satisfactory. Okay?